from our friend Connor, who works at Square, who's going to talk about why Bitcoin actually matters for financial freedom. He's going to present it, hopefully in a way that's very approachable. So Connor couldn't make it, but he contributed this video. I thought it was brilliant. So we'll get started with Connor.
So in this video, you're unlucky enough to live under a government that has gone haywire. Your currency is being rapidly devalued, and high inflation rates mean the hard-earned savings you worked for decades to build has become worthless. This isn't theoretical, it's happened throughout history. And even today, inflation in Argentina is running at about 40% per year, making saving money infeasible. Shouldn't the ability to save for the future be a basic human right? Next, imagine you're an activist fighting for an important but politically unpopular cause. You're in the middle of fundraising when the banking system closes access to your accounts. This is happening right now in Hong Kong, in Russia. It happened to WikiLeaks. It will happen again. Without money, how can activists create change? Finally, imagine you live in a country under tough circumstances. You have worked for years to save enough to take your family to a place with more freedom and opportunity. Then imagine if the laws of the land prevented you from taking your savings with you and you were forced to leave it all behind. For tens of millions of refugees, this is their reality. There are countless other scenarios to imagine. People with no credit history who can't open bank accounts. People who live in places that are disconnected from the global banking system. People who want to buy things that have become needlessly politicized. People who are discriminated against constantly based on their gender or ethnicity or beliefs or for any other reason. For some of us, money can feel empowering, like a tool for freedom. But for most of the world, money is used as a tool for oppression. And if it's still somehow hard to imagine, consider the scale. The Human Rights Foundation estimates that 4.2 billion people currently live under governments that are considered authoritarian regimes. That's most of the planet. And this is where Bitcoin can help. Bitcoin can help restore economic freedom in the world. Just like the internet has given us complete freedom to communicate with anyone, anywhere, instantly, Bitcoin gives us the freedom to transact directly with anyone, anywhere, in a way that can't be blocked. Resisting financial censorship is one of Bitcoin's key breakthroughs. It's another one of its superpowers, really, and it's made possible by the fact that the network is decentralized and no one controls it. Bitcoin doesn't require banks, credit card companies, or any other third parties. It doesn't even require your name, phone number, or home address, nor does it care about your credit history. Anyone can now directly receive or send Bitcoin to anyone else, anywhere, anytime. You don't need a bank account, or to visit a foreign exchange shop, or to send checks around in the mail. In order to use Bitcoin as money, all you need is an internet connection. And so suddenly, we've become economically connected to literally billions more people. Isn't that kind of mind-blowing? Oh, and Bitcoin has one more superpower that for some of you will be the most important. Once you have some and hold on to it safely, it becomes unseizable, meaning no one can take it away from you without your permission. Kind of like having your savings in a super secure home safe, protected with a strong private password. Taking control of your Bitcoin like this gives you the ultimate freedom to do whatever you want with your money. Save it, store it, spend it, or take it with you wherever you go. To sum up, Bitcoin protects against runaway inflation, as we discussed in our first video, but it also gives us the freedom to transact without possibility of censorship, connects billions more people to a common global financial system, cannot be seized, putting power in the hands of individuals. Even in the cozy Western world, where our freedoms seem so solid, it's important to remember, freedoms are actually quite fragile. You might have heard the news stories recently about how the stock trading app Robinhood started blocking regular investors from buying certain stocks for a few days. And yes, being denied the ability to buy a stock might sound silly, especially compared against the life or death examples we talked about earlier. But for me, it hit home how little control we have over what is possible or not possible when we transact digitally. And ultimately, that is why Bitcoin is designed the way it is. It reduces our need to trust the elements of the financial system that have let us down, that keep people down. Bitcoin then can be a solution. For the migrant worker who can now send money home worry-free at effectively no cost. For the retiree whose savings are now safe from runaway inflation. For the activist group who can now fundraise and fight for their cause. For the refugee who can more easily pack up and leave to make a better life. I view it as our responsibility to preserve the freedoms we have and to do what we can to help those who are not as lucky to strive to be more free. And I see Bitcoin as being a big way in which we can help to do that.
Awesome. Thank you, Connor. So I chose Ben to come up and be the master of ceremonies for this program, BTC Sessions as he's known. He creates some incredible educational videos online on YouTube, and he helps average everyday people learn how to use Bitcoin in a safe and secure way. So I thought who better than to help guide us through this programming than the man himself.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and I'm very, very excited for all of the incredible speakers that we've got, and I hope that those of you that are very new to the concept can learn a lot through all of this.
You'll learn a lot. You'll have a lot of questions too, and we're going to get into some fights, and that's cool.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Is learning process is very active. So, we started this event in 2009, and what the Oslo Freedom Forum is, as you got a taste of this morning, is a gathering place for dissidents to tell their story, and for freedom fighters to find a place where they can meet people who will stand with them in solidarity. And from very early on, we realized technology was going to play a key role in this, and basically, back then, very few activists used encryption. Like, I would say that less than 5% of the attendees of the Oslo Freedom Forum in the year 2009 used encryption at all. 10 years later, the last time we gathered was in May of 2019. I would say 95% of the attendees used some sort of app that used encryption. So we saw in one decade the world completely change. Now, it didn't mean that we got rid of all the dictators, but what it meant is that we could all privately communicate and with open source software, and that's rather remarkable. So what we believe is that we're at the beginning of another decade just like that, where most of you don't use Bitcoin, but in 10 years we think most of us will use it in one way or another. And we want to shepherd you through that thought process, and we have some incredible guests with us here today. So we'll go ahead and get started, and I wanted to bring up a dear friend of mine who spoke at the Freedom Forum years ago to begin our session here. We're going to have basically a couple mini talks, and then our panelists for this first session are going to come up with Ben, and they're going to chat. But for now, I'd like to invite Roya up. This is Roya Mahbub, one of my personal heroes.
I'll let you take the middle.
So when I first met Roya, I had no idea that she used Bitcoin. It was only years later that I learned, about her story, which is just truly remarkable. And she came and spoke at the Oslo Freedom Forum, was it around 2016? And she talked about the work she does in Afghanistan. And only a few years later did I understand that she had in 2013 started using Bitcoin to start paying the employees that worked at her software company. So I wanted to start just by asking you, that was very early days. Like even in America, like the idea of Bitcoin was, it's for criminals at that point. Why did you start using it?
Sure. Thank you, first of all, having me here. I have to give a little bit background before that we started about Bitcoin. We had a company which we hiring the women to write the blogs. We built a platform that allowed the women to share their thoughts, and then they get paid because of the works that the articles or the publishing the movies that they had in this platform. And we had a lot of difficulties because when our number of the user and number of our employees grow across of the country, many of them they didn't have bank account. And when we were sending the money, we had to using the Hawala system and trust someone, send money to someone. And
Could you just describe the Hawala system for a second?
Sure. Hawala system is a 8th century system of that distributing the monies for the people in a mostly in Muslim world. So if someone trusts to someone, give the money, and then they put it in the ledger. They have this chain of the ledger that they keep it in the records, and then they call to someone else, and that they can.
Right, so you'd basically have one person in Herat and one person in Kabul,
Yeah.
and they can just call each other and say, oh, I got $5 more, you can give them out to that
Yes, and
person.
they give you a code, and then you give that code, and then that's how you receive the money. And so we had this system, but we had it challenging because when the number of the people grow, and some people say that they didn't receive the money. And they said that this is not my signature. So we had a lot of the issues. And the other issues was that when you go to the bank and you receive a lot of the money, it was very difficult to go around of the city with that amount of the money because there are lots of kidnapping at that time happening. And it wasn't a good idea that if people knows that you have monies in your bank account. And many of the women are not allowed to have a bank account because they needed the family permissions to open a bank account, and that was difficult. And then we decided to using the mobile money, which at the time was started, but it was also difficult because mobile money also wasn't all across of Afghanistan, first of all, and second, the issue was that it was also expensive because you have to pay, and then the person who received also have get some charges, so it didn't work at all. And then my business partner at the time, he says, oh, I heard about Bitcoin. And I said, what is the Bitcoin? He said that is a digital money, so we can send fast the money, and all of these user can receive the money. And
So this was in the spring of 2013. So she's introduced to Bitcoin, it's worth about $100. And then you start onboarding your company, paying the women who work for you in Bitcoin. They start learning about self-custody, and they start downloading Bitcoin wallets, which were quite basic at the time. But they started learning about how they could save outside of the system. And all the while you're doing this, Bitcoin price is going from $100 to $1,000. I mean, what was that like?
I mean, it was good because you make money with that. And then, of course, many of our users who had make money, they get very happy because their $100 or $200 become $800 or $1,000 at the time. And they got more interested, and then we introduced Bitcoin as a digital gold for women. And we thought that this is a great thing, that how we introduce it to them, and they can save the money, and they can have the control and ownership of the money that they have.
But then something happened, right? Like you went all in essentially, and then the Bitcoin price went to like $1,200, and then it just started to collapse all the way down to $200. So you told me that what you did is you went to each person that you had paid and offered to make them whole at the dollar value of what they earned. And you told me that some women actually decided to keep some of the Bitcoin, and they kept it through the bear market, and some of them actually ended up going to other countries years later, in 2016, 17, with Bitcoin that was much more valuable than what they had earned from you. And there was one crazy statistic when I had interviewed Raya earlier. I learned about the fact that someone who worked for you earned like several Bitcoin basically through working for you. And today, this was like 5 years ago, right? This would be like the equivalent of like basically like many thousands and thousands of months of average annual Afghan salary. I mean, what's the average annual income in Afghanistan?
It's around 150, 200.
Right. So you're working for $150, $200. Okay, for many months, that's what you're getting. And this person like basically leapfrogged the ability to earn money and into a different technology completely, and it totally changed their life. And there's a lot of stories of people who she taught Bitcoin to, and then they used it to really save themselves. In fact, your sister's here, right? Alaha, do you want to raise your hand? Hi. So what was crazy is Roya told me that you started a little side business buying the Bitcoin back from women who earned it when they wanted to buy stuff in the city. And you ended up saving some of that Bitcoin over time, and you ended up financing your education at Cornell University with that, which is really amazing. So the point is that for people who did save it, it became a treasure, right? Now, you know, it's tough. Roya tells me earlier this year she flew to Kabul. She tried to convince her parents to buy some Bitcoin, basically, because, you know, she thought that there was this possibility that the regime could collapse. I mean, I think everybody knew there was a possibility. I don't think anybody knew how fast it was going to collapse. But yeah, indeed, you know, when people did have to leave, they couldn't bring their money with them. And those who knew about Bitcoin could, and that's a massive difference for somebody. So, I mean, she is now committed to, you know, doubling down and trying to keep educational programs in that country going, and she's going to make Bitcoin a core part of that, and we obviously want to support you. So my goal is that she can spend her time here over the next few days meeting anyone here who wants to help, whether it's you want to help strategize, help finance, help publicize, but the idea is that, like, all of the thousands of young women that she's helped teach about computers and software and code, you know, she's going to, you know, she's already taught quite a lot of them about Bitcoin, and some of them might become Bitcoin contributors. You know, they want to help build the system, right, that they're going to use. So I would really encourage you to come talk to Roya. She's amazing. Total visionary, like way before most of us, you know. The first that was the same year someone told me about Bitcoin for the first time, and I was like, that sounds crazy. So she actually was like, no, this is cool. So thank you for being here. We're going to have a couple other short talks, and then you're going to come back up on stage with Ben. But for now, thank you, Roya. Thank you for being here. And I'd like to invite Fode up here. And you can have the stage to yourself because you kind of fill the oh, here you go.
I got no slides.
No, I got it.
Okay. Sorry, I get really nervous with public speaking, unfortunately, but I'll try to do my best. So my name is Fode. I was born in Senegal, in West Africa, and I migrated to the United States in '94 to go to college, actually, in Kansas, somewhere in Kansas. But before that, there was like a long kind of story just to get there, even for me to be here today, giving this speech, basically. So my dad was a math teacher in my high school. My mom never had a job, so she was a homemaker and raised us, me and my brother. So my whole life, I grew up in the Michael Jordan era, so I wanted to go to the land of Michael Jordan. That was like my only purpose in life is to go where this guy, this black dude that looks like me, is kicking ass. I want to go to wherever he's at and just do what he's doing, right? So I played ball a little bit from when I was 15 to about 18. My dad saved a lot of money, everything that he had pretty much, to help me get to the States. But unfortunately, actually in '94, our local money got devaluated. So Senegal is a French colony, which means that actually our money is printed and made in south of France. I don't know if you can imagine that. It's almost like if China came to America and decided to pretty much take over control of making and printing dollar bills, basically, right? So what it was is during the Second World War, when France was under occupation by Germany, when the Germans came, they took away the French money actually, and they gave them their own money. They gave them specially denominated Deutschmarks to use in France. So allegedly, after the war ended, France realized that they can do the same thing to African countries. So before they pulled out of occupation or colonialism, whatever, they decided to pretty much make this money for these African countries, which they pretty much control and print and manage and do all these things. So in '94, somehow, one morning, we got up and they said, okay, now your money is worth 50% of what it was worth before. So all the money my dad saved to get me to college, all of a sudden is worth 50%. So I go to the US Embassy, and of course they tell me you don't have enough money to basically go to United States, right? I was heartbroken. I pretty much cried the whole week. But for some reason, the guy told me, say, hey, your father said that he has a math book. Maybe you should come back and maybe we can talk about actually maybe the royalty of that book and whatever else, right? So I went back to the embassy, and I showed him this thing. And he asked me, I didn't even speak English. He said, what do you want to do in the United States? I said, I want to study computer science and play basketball like Michael Jordan. right? But he said, your dad doesn't have enough money. I said, yes, he does. He has this math book that he wrote, co-authors with 3 other people. He has money. So technically, I have bonds which represent future earnings of my dad's book. So if you just allow me to go to the United States, and I'll promise you that I'll do my best to basically study computer science and play basketball. He looked at me for a second. He said, go ahead. Just like that, actually, right? So a few years later, I'm on my way to, a few weeks later, on my way to Kansas in America. So as I get there, I realized that my whole dreams pretty much got shattered because the guy at the embassy actually was right. I didn't have enough money, right? So the money that my dad gave me was supposed to last me for about a couple of years. It pretty much ended in the first year itself, right? And forced me to pretty much drop out of college. And I'll come back to this actually why this is so important, because I still go back to the money being devaluated where I was from, which actually hindered me to pretty much finish my college education, right? My second broken dream was basketball. I got to the United States and I realized that I was just having fantasies about being Michael Jordan, but it wasn't going to be that easy. Because every single kid that I met was pretty much like had their eyes on the NBA, and they've been playing basketball since they were like 2 years old. I started maybe a little too late. So I called my dad and I said, okay, maybe I'll leave it alone and focus on computer science, which actually ultimately I did. So fast forward a few years later. So now, in 2010 or so, I discovered Bitcoin. Because in 2008, if you guys remember, there was the financial crisis. And for the first time, actually, I started watching CNBC, which I never really watched before, and like reading like money books and financial systems and all these things. And everything brought me back to 1994. And I was like, wait a minute, this actually Bitcoin thing might actually work. So I read the white paper, and the first thing that I thought about actually was Africa, as a matter of fact. I never thought about like really getting Bitcoin to make money, to gain profit and all these things, whatever, because I thought about like where I'm from, and I said, okay, obviously we don't own our own money, right? We have another foreign sovereign entity coming to control the money from our people itself. So how do we get around from this? And ultimately, what I saw is a piece of open source software that's pretty much like permissionless. Anybody can use, it's open, and you can build on top of it to basically build the financial solutions, right? And I said, well, maybe it's kind of weird actually. Is it really gonna work? So it took me about 2 or 3 years or so, from 2010, 2011, until about 2015, when I really actually finally believed in myself and actually believed that this particular technology can help 15 of these African countries get away from the French people. And I said it earlier, actually, I don't have nothing against French people, right? I got many, many, many French friends or whatnot. But my problem actually is with the French government that's perpetuating these, how do you say, exploitation of these African countries. Because to me, it's like everything that the kids, the youth, the sovereign people of these nations are working for is going to this entity out in France, as a matter of fact, right? So how do we stop this? Like, to me, actually, that's the question. What we can do, one, is pretty much like get France to basically stop printing the money for these countries. But now, who's going to do it? Can we actually trust our leaders in Africa to not go to the printing machine and actually make more of this money, right? So what is the other option? The other option that we have is this permissionless global monetary system that anybody in the world can use. We don't have to trust no president, no ministers, nobody to basically make the money for us or actually allow us to build a better future. That's something different from what these freaking French fucks have been doing. And excuse my language, right? But that's a reality. But that's a reality, right? So imagine in '94, I go to the States. Here we are, 2021, almost 25, whatever years later, right? We are here and we're talking about the same problem. So obviously there's a problem. it breaks my heart whenever I go from the United States to Africa and back. Because I always feel like I'm living in two parallel worlds. And that's not right. I'm over here, jumping into Ubers, grabbing lattes, chilling, like life is good, right? I go back home and it's like dire poverty, right? Every time somebody actually say the word Africa, people feel sorry for you or something. I don't want that feeling. I'm a smart and able person, and there's millions of other like smart, able people in Africa as well, right? So at some point you're like, okay, well, what is the actually root of the problem itself? And I don't want to make it racial or anything like that, right? But to me, it's like black people all over the world suffer from the same plight. I almost feel like we don't have respect because we never actually had access to finances and to resources, right? No matter where I went, I always like experienced like racism or some kind of crap like that before. But I don't want to make it about racism because ultimately what it is like we have a group of people that are like very disadvantaged. You go to Europe, you go to Asia, you go to Saudi Arabia somewhere, you go to somewhere in America as well. It's the same thing, right? So how do we do to basically allow for this group of people to finally actually have financial freedom? And this is where I see personally Bitcoin as a tool to help this group of people, particular group of people, actually gain financial freedom from whatever actually oppressor it is, right? So ultimately, what I want to leave you with is this, is that like Bitcoin is a tool to fight oppression. And I keep saying this, right? Because if we focus and say, okay, well, there's an obvious problem. We don't want these people to rule our people. We want a better opportunity for the kids that are like maybe 15 years old, 10 years old, growing up, to have a better future compared to actually what friends basically gave them. Now, we don't want their money, they can keep it. They don't have to print it or whatever else it is, right? But we can use this tool again that's open source and permissionless to build a better future for ourselves. And that's why personally I'm excited about Bitcoin, and that's why I dedicate myself to it 100% of my time. And ultimately, like, to me, excuse me, I get emotional talking about this thing. This is crazy, man, because we have to do better. The world is messed up. Like Morpheus basically told Neo in the Matrix, right? You know something is wrong. You just cannot quite figure actually exactly what it is. But something is obviously wrong when a country prints the money for other people. Like a sovereign nation, right? You know what I mean? So ultimately, I believe that we can use this beautiful, beautiful technology to basically change the world. And that's what I dedicate myself to. Thank you.
Thank you. Legend. I actually now want to invite Farida up, who is an incredible democracy leader from Togo. Do you want to stand or do you want to sit? Either way's fine. Do you want Farida to be with you? Okay.
Thank you.
Together.
Okay.
I wanted to bring Farida here because she has an important story to tell you about the history of her country. And you know, when I first met her, I was introduced to her as a leader of the democracy movement in Togo, which is one of the countries that you'll see on the map in the back of the room. And you gave an amazing speech at the Oslo Freedom Forum several years ago, you know, but like money wasn't part of the speech. And I didn't even know that it was part of your struggle until later we randomly started talking about this. And I decided to try and interview you for an essay that I was working on. And you told me, no, like money is the reason we started revolting in the first place. And she told me that the first post-colonial leader of her country was actually assassinated because he tried to make monetary freedom for her country. So I would love for you to tell the story of Togo and why financial freedom is important for the worldwide human rights and democracy movement.
Thank you so much, Alex, and thank you all for being here today. Fode did well by providing a very good background onto the colonial tie we have with France, because my country, Togo, was also a colony of France. Initially, Togo was a German colony, And eventually, after Germany lost World War I, Togo was placed under the French mandate, and French continued the colonization. In 1958, the Togolese people started revolting, demanding independence, and then they eventually pushed the United Nations to organize an election in Togo, and they voted majoritarily for their independence. 3 years down the line, the first president of Togo, Sylvanus Olympio, called for monetary independence because as Togo, including 14 other French colonies, were using a currency that was created by the French government in order to continue maintaining us under its bondage. Because of that currency, the French government has 85% of our national reserves in its bank. Our gold is in the French bank, and if our countries are going through an economic downturn, they can't even print more money. They have to borrow money from the French government with interest. In addition to that, the French government has the right to, has actually the priority of choice when our countries want to export natural resources. We must sell it to France first, and it's only if France that has declined it that we can sell it to another nation. The president of Togo, who was an economist, felt was unfair, and he called for the creation of the Togolese currency on December 12, 1962. 2 months later, in the night of January 12 to 13, 1963, he was assassinated by former colonial soldiers of the French colonial army. The regime, or the soldier that took over after Olympio was assassinated, ruled Togo for 38 years, and his son has been in power now for the past 16 years, making us the oldest military regime in Africa. Now, I come from a family of activists that have been, since the generation of my grandfather, been resisting against this regime, which has sent my grandfather, then my father to prison for years, and I myself to exile as I can go back to Togo. So when I told Alex that the monetary independence is the beginning of our struggle in Togo, is because our president was killed because of his desire to liberate us from a colonial currency. Now, how does the Bitcoin revolutionize everything? Today, Togo is ranked 3rd in Africa and 9 in the world on the Chainalysis Bitcoin Adoption Index, making us one of the countries using Bitcoin more than any other. The Togolese people are defying the usage of the CFA currency. That is the number one thing. The second thing is that the government of Togo, being an authoritarian regime, has a full control of how we use our money. And when you are a dissident or you are a family member of a dissident, they can freeze your account and seize your money. Because of that reason, my dad hasn't had a bank account in the past 40 years, because back in the 70s, his bank account was frozen and his money was confiscated. And I remember telling him about Bitcoin some time ago, and he was so passionate about it because he felt like at least this could protect him from the government controlling his money, and millions of others are in the same situation. When we were protesting for change in Togo from 2017, I was among the young leaders and many others calling for democratic change in Togo, which eventually led hundreds of thousands of people in the streets for the first time in our history, demanding an end to dictatorship. Of course, we were met with massive repression. Many were arrested, many others were killed, and many, many others left the country, like myself. But in that process, it was the money that the diaspora was sending to us on the ground that helped us organize the protest, provide healthcare resources for those who were injured, and also provide legal resources for those who were arrested. The government of Togo, realizing the power of the diaspora, decided to seize actually the account of the movement on the ground, and bringing in money became difficult. So we had to send money through our neighboring countries and then smuggle the money in cash to our country. That was not sustainable. But Bitcoin is revolutionizing all of that, because now we can send money directly to the country without the government controlling how we're doing it and who has it and how it happens. And in this process, we are actually decolonizing our country, which is why I call the Bitcoin the currency of decolonization, because we were lucky to have a political decolonization from France back in 1960, but we were never able to obtain the monetary decolonization. We continue to keep us under French control, and the French government has been supporting the military regime in Togo like it is in the many other African, Francophone African countries, but now with the Bitcoin, we have the resource to be able to change that and to get to an effective decolonization. Thank you.
The reality is 180 million people live in these countries across 15 nations, and they don't have monetary sovereignty, and people like Frode and Farida are building a movement for the future. It's really inspiring. I wanted to bring up my friend Dred to add his story. He's just going to join you all and talk to you about what he's doing, and inspired by his own focus in Jamaica. And then we'll keep going here. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope my story isn't too boring compared to everything else you've heard so far. But I started off just like Fode, wanting to be an engineer, and not Michael Jordan, but wanted to be pole vaulter. If you guys know anything about Ukraine and pole vaulting, but it ended up the same way, where I realized that there was a tool that we all can use, and where I grew up, even though we don't have dictatorship, we still have very many traces of English colonialism that's still there in Jamaica. And a lot of places that you see in Jamaica, there is a lack of opportunity. There's a lot of cronyism. There's a lot of, you have to have what we call a link or a connect to get anywhere in the country. And that is because of the way that funds are passed down, top down, what we call the Cantillon effect. If you look that up, it's basically, you want to be as close to the people that have the money as possible so that you can be successful. Otherwise, hard work alone is not going to do it, not in this current economy that we live in today. So I realized that there was a way to help people be free of that need to be close to the spigot, be close to the people with the money. And I started off in a very jovial and light and curious manner, learning about all different countries around the world, learning about Senegal, learning about Ethiopia, learning about Togo even. And I realized more and more that it's not light and it's not jovial. And the stories that I'm hearing, as I have a podcast called One Love Bitcoin, and the stories that I'm hearing aren't full of love, aren't full of hope as much until you start talking about Bitcoin. These stories, you've heard them all today. They're stories, including I can relate them to stories I have in Jamaica. Even today, there is a Rastafarian community in Jamaica that is continually persecuted because literally of the way we look and the things that we believe. And up until 2 or 3 weeks ago, it was 3 weeks ago, a young Rastafarian girl, 19 years old, was arrested for disorderly conduct. And while she was detained by the police, the lead police commissioner, or not commissioner, I don't remember what her title was, she took her into the bathroom and shaved off all of her dreadlocks. And if you guys know anything about Rastafarian religion, the dreadlocks are literally a part of our religion. It is how we identify ourselves. And I realized that these things aren't going to stop. You're not going to find leaders just automatically saying, oh, well, we'll just stop doing this to you because we feel like we're changing as people. I think that we need a tool to be able to free ourselves from the authoritarian style tactics that they use. Sure, we are in the Western world, and we have privileges that a lot of other dictatorships don't have, but at the same time, these underlying oppressions still exist. And I'm just really happy that I'm able to not only learn as I go, as I speak to every person from different countries, because my goal is to speak to one Bitcoin or more from each country and share their stories with the world so people can hear not only what's happening in that country, but how an open, free monetary network can help them to improve their situation in that country, and the world can hear it as well. And maybe we can learn from each other. You know, we can all learn how Bitcoin can spread this love around the world and spread this knowledge around the world and help us to all come to one, you know, free, fair network that we can all use together. I think that's what I have to say.
All right. Wow. Lots to talk about. You guys all have very incredible stories, and we heard a lot about kind of the why you've come to Bitcoin and found your way here and ended up in this room here. I want to now talk just a little bit about some of the practicalities, the how, and some of maybe the challenges you faced initially figuring out how Bitcoin could help solve, or at least partially solve, some of these problems. Some of the resources maybe that you used as you were learning, and just for people that are out there saying, okay, I understand the why now. What are my next steps? How do I start learning about this? So maybe I'll start, since Dred, you were just talking. Maybe you can talk a little bit about kind of your first foray into Bitcoin, the experience that you had then, and maybe if it's shifted since then, ease of use, how you got started.
Sure. My first foray into Bitcoin was really, like most people, seeing number go up, which we call in the Bitcoin community basically the price of Bitcoin increasing. And a lot of friends, because I'm in the technology world, I worked in corporate America for almost 15 years, and a lot of the technology consultants there saw the number going up, saw the price increasing, and saying, hey, we should jump on this, we should make some money. That's how it started, and that's how it starts for most people. Unfortunately, that's literally the tip of the iceberg. I wouldn't even say the tip, maybe it's the precipitation on top of the tip. It's, it's nothing compared to what Bitcoin really is. As a technologist, I jumped deep into the tech. I learned about exactly how it works. I read the white paper. I learned exactly how hashing works. You know, I didn't even know that much about cryptography until I learned it through Bitcoin. And then I dug deeper and learned about the Lightning Network. But these things were all technology things that I learned back then. I think now I realize that, sure, there is a huge, you know, almost PhD level of information that you can learn about the technology, but that has nothing to do, or not nothing to do, it's a completely different topic than what Bitcoin can do for people as a uncensorable network of value transfer. That's very important because censorship is how most of the atrocities in the world happen, because they're silenced. And Bitcoin is unsilenceable. So that's really how I feel like now I like to talk about it. You know, I talk about how it's truth, really. It's truth ignited on technology.
Awesome. Hey, Fodi, do you mind if we borrow that mic for Roya? I was going to ask you a question. You were very, very early diving into this space, and you had the job of not only presenting this to your workers, but I imagine kind of walking them through how to use it. What was that experience like?
Well, first for myself was also.
I think that mic might be good. Yeah.
Also for myself was a little bit at the beginning challenging to learn how to use it and how to receive the monies in our wallets at the time. But then, because we provided this training for the young women to how to learn about technology, learn about computers, then we put that as also part of our curriculum, that the girls learn about how to build their, first of all, learn about Bitcoins and why it's important, and then how to make the wallets. Most of the challenging part was that many of these girls, when they received the money, they forgot their password. So, and then they blame us, and they want that we give the monies back to them. And it was kind of like difficult. Even today, still we have this challenging with some of our students when they learn about it. But in general, I think that when we brought the Bitcoins in Afghanistan, we started to invest it, and we started to also promote the Bitcoin in 2013. Many of the men, because we are in very male-dominated industry, especially in IT at the time. And many of the men, when they saw that we bring something new, and if they didn't know what is this, and they started to call us that we are fraud, and this is not something that they didn't believe on that, and that's why they quit. Even they talking with the Afghan governments at the time that this is not should be implemented, because we promoted in a way that Bitcoin should be implemented, and it was very early stage at the time. And many people also were skeptical at the time to use the Bitcoin. But I really, really believe on that. And then when the price goes up, of course, we make money, and we keep saying that why it's important that we use cryptocurrency, especially for the women, because they didn't have this freedom and they didn't have bank account. It was very useful for them, but for the men, didn't like it, because when the women had this financial independence, and didn't like it. And then we have one of our employees that she had a problem with her husband. And whatever she made money, she has to give to her husband, and of course spend it at home, or spend it whatever he wanted. And then when it's receiving the Bitcoins, she decided to buy the Bitcoins and not telling her husband that how much she make money. And she kept the money, and then she get a lawyer, and finally she could get divorced from her husband. I mean, I'm not promoting this, but I'm just and I'm saying that it was help her to save money that no one knows that how much money she has it, and she was working from home, and she wasn't needed that to go outside. But yeah, I mean, these are all the challenges that we had. But the most important thing that I think that today that we have is that we have to provide the education. People need is to know first of all what the Bitcoin is, and then we are going to do is started from earliest stage, early age like 12, not early age, but 12 to 18, that they learn about the cryptocurrency and why they have to use it in it. And I think that if we provide more educations and put it part of our curriculum in the schools and they learn about this, I think that the cryptocurrency and Bitcoins is the future, and that's why they have to learn. And that's what we are going to do it after this, and hopefully Taliban will allow us. But I just want to mention one other thing is that is make it the Afghans to believe about cryptocurrencies. That recently, in the last 6 weeks, when the government collapsed and the banking collapsed and the Western Union didn't work again, I mean Afghanistan, and there was shortage of the money. And the only way is still that we are sending the money in Afghanistan is with the Bitcoins, that we send them Bitcoins there. Broker exchange it in the cash, and that's how the people right now using transferring the money to Afghanistan, and that's again bringing the importance of that why we have to invest it on the education and bringing the cryptocurrency to be part of our education curriculum.
I love it. You can pass to Fode. So, because I'm gonna up next, both you and Farida, I want to ask, because what you're discussing is the idea of self-sovereignty, an instance where even just within a family unit, somebody can say, no, you're not allowed to hold the fruits of your labor in a self-sovereign wallet in any way, shape, or form. You have no economic autonomy. You are subject to what I say. And what you guys have been talking about has been that at an international and national level. And it's interesting how, regardless of the scale, it applies to everyone that is in a situation where they don't have that say. And for you guys in particular, you're talking about a country that is effectively able to export their inflation directly into your economy, basically buy up your goods that you create, all of your resources, and devalue the currency that they're buying it with. Obviously, Bitcoin is volatile. How do you message around obviously it's early stages of Bitcoin, it has to be much larger to be less volatile, which we hope will continue to come over the years. But when you're messaging around that and people are saying, we want protection against the drop in purchasing power of the currency we're using now, but this is so volatile, how do you message that to people when you're talking about Bitcoin?
Well, it really, again, it all comes down to like education, you know, ultimately, right? Because it's almost like what happened in El Zonte. As I see Mike Peterson over there, man. Like this guy's a legend, you know. The idea is like, I feel like over time people get used to it, as a matter of fact, right? So my advice usually, or the way that I approach it is that we need, again, like, we need adoption to actually have like stability in the price itself. But we don't know how far we are from adoption. Is it going to be 5 years from now, a decade from now, or whatnot, right? But I understand your point that if you're poor, you cannot afford to actually lose money or have less money, obviously, right? You cannot wake up today, your wallet is $100, and tomorrow it's about like $60 or $70, right?
Yes.
I gave my mom some Bitcoin. Every time the price goes down, she calls me. You know, but if my mom understands Bitcoin, anybody in the world can actually understand Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Because she would call me and say, "What happened?" I was like, "What do you mean what happened?" She said, "Oh, the price went down so much this morning." I was like, "Oh my God, how do I even explain this?" You know. But now she sees like the flow. Since I gave her the BTC, it's been almost a year now, and now she's been through the ups and downs of this particular currency itself. And I try to, like, her or anybody, my cousins or like anybody in Senegal that I basically talk to, I just try to explain that this money right now is volatile because again it doesn't have enough adoption. But the idea is like pretty much to acquire this digital asset and play the long-term game.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And Frida, I was going to tag on to that and in understanding kind of the economics around a lot of people, and I'm unsure in your instance if people how privy they are to the how in terms of what's happening to the local currency. Are they super in tune with, hey, this is why it's happening? Is that a common kind of piece of knowledge?
Oh yes, people are very much aware of it.
And so when they look at Bitcoin and you say, hey, there's a zero terminal inflation rate, there's a limited amount that will ever be made, in the interim, it can be volatile, but the important part is that issuance rate is set in stone and can be changed by nobody. Does that resonate? Or is that still a difficult?
It actually does, and the numbers actually speak for themselves, because when you see how the adoption rate is increasing very rapidly in the region, most particularly in Togo, it shows that people are becoming more and more aware of the power of the Bitcoin and how the system works. And as Fode has shared it before, Bitcoin is viewed by people not as a currency that they would probably be using on a daily basis, but as an asset. In our country, the most secure asset has always been investing in land. Because they feel like that's the one thing that will continue gaining value. But the difficulty with our country as well is that we have a lot of land litigations. Like the same land can be sold to 100 people, and you can spend 20 years being in court every day trying to retain your land. But at least with the Bitcoin, although there is volatility, at least you know it's yours and yours to keep. So it gives people more assurance than investing in land. So people have cash that they don't want to put back into a system that is abusing them, but they want to invest it in something that they know they can have full control of and they can see grow.
It's extreme ownership, right? It is the most, you'll say, perhaps self-sovereign form of ownership we've ever seen.
Absolutely.
And there's a saying amongst Bitcoiners, not your keys, not your coins, meaning the keys to your money, these digital keys that you can hold. And if somebody doesn't have those, they say ownership is 9/10 of the law. Holding your keys is 10/10 of the law in Bitcoin. So you can really step out from under the umbrella of a lot of these oppressive regimes. I think I'm gonna wrap here really quick, but just really quick down the line, I would love to get one resource that has helped you along your Bitcoin journey from each person, whatever it may be. It could be a book, it could be a video, it could be anything. So I'll start with Dred, and we'll come down the line. Sorry to put you on the spot, man. Let's go. Quick.
I think in the vein of having 10/10 being ownership or extreme self-sovereignty, the self-sovereign tools that I've used from Start 9, I would say would be pretty important to me, because it's not just about having your keys, it's about almost having your, if you in the future it will be your entire life being private, having your own files, your pictures, your communications, whatever websites you decide to host or podcasts you decide to do, you can self-host them on your own personal computer that can access the cloud, but in a way that no third parties can spy on you, no third parties can use your information, can sell it. And this is just one of many open source companies out there. So I think that those tools are very important to me in terms of keeping my value for myself.
That's great. Frida, any resource that you...
I would recommend, actually I shouldn't recommend anything, but what I find useful to me is Paxful in the region where I work. It's easily accessible and literally easily convertible to any form of money, be it mobile money or any other ways, yeah.
Yeah, so the Paxful team is here, and it's a way to convert from pretty much anything into Bitcoin and back. Fode, how about yourself?
Yes, actually, I was looking at the resource right now. No, not like that. In like 2015.
Oh, Mike.
Yes, I got it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So in 2013, I believe, there was a great course by Princeton University called Bitcoin and Cryptocurrency Technologies. That's really the course actually that changed my whole actually life as it going forward. It's a bit technical when you go through it a little bit, but it's called the Bitcoin Cryptocurrency Technologies. No, Bitcoin and Cryptocurrency Technologies by Princeton, and the teacher was Arvind Narayanan.
Awesome.
And it's a great, amazing course.
And I'll pass it to Roya last.
I think that for me was the time watching the YouTubes and Google, but I think that right now there are lots of good courses in Udemy that good traders are there that which you can go, and some of those classes you can choose. I for trading we usually use those classes because it was very good if you wanted to learn about it. And this again is like Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. But I think Udemy, I went to Coursera and other classes, but I think that they are mostly like theoretical. But for learning practical things, I would more suggest that looking at your.
Yes, and of course my academy, which is going to open. I don't want to thank you. I don't want to be on some shameless self-promotion, but I do have it's called the Bitcoin Developers Academy, and it will launch on November 16th in El Salvador during the Adopting Bitcoin conference. So my idea is that to be able to allow anybody to learn Bitcoin application development, not necessarily protocol level, low level stuff, but at least to write applications on top of Bitcoin and allow for anybody anywhere in the world to earn in Bitcoin writing software right where you are. No need for no brain drains and dying on boats and trying to get to Europe and all that stuff. I really want to help change the trajectory for the youth.
That's fantastic. Let's give everybody a round of applause. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, everybody. We have our next speaker is from Nigeria. He could not make it for visa reasons, but he gave us a short little message. We're going to play it, and then we're going to head to our next session.
That's great. Thank you guys so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bernard Para, CEO of BitNob, a Pan-African company building financial services on Bitcoin. Today, I'll be talking to you about why Bitcoin matters for human rights and economic empowerment, why I'm working to get more Nigerians using Bitcoin, and also helping create more Bitcoin developers out of Nigeria and Africa as a whole. In the world of finance today, we talk more about volumes than people. But sometimes I wonder, what if we approached financial inclusion from a human rights perspective? What if we put the privacy, autonomy, and dignity of the individual at the center of how we tackle financial inclusion? Ayo, who is a very talented singer, can share his talent with the world, get tipped by strangers. And what's so beautiful about this is Ayo can do this without having to open a bank account. For Musa and his family, who recently lost every single thing they had due to the crisis, and now living in an IDP camp where they lack the necessary documentation to access basic banking services. With a Bitcoin wallet and a phone, his communication tool can also become his bank account. An account he can open without having to surrender his privacy or lose his power of choice. He gets an account that also instantly connects him to the world. Michael accepts Bitcoin in his barbershop. Michael can give Scott, who recently arrived from the US, a nice haircut and get paid in Bitcoin. Scott doesn't need to have a Nigerian bank account to do that. Michael has gained a customer. Why? Because he has a universal way of getting paid. I wake up every day very grateful for the chance to work with really smart, resilient, and deeply passionate people working to bring Bitcoin to more Nigerians. Not just for the opportunities it presents, but the protection of their basic human rights and economic empowerment. As a people who have been historically locked out of the rooms where decisions, products, and companies that shape our financial futures have been decided, we have launched a new program called Kala to train Nigerian and African developers to not just work in Bitcoin communities around the world, but also go on to contribute to the overall development of Bitcoin. The talent is here. We just need to open up more opportunities for them. And not just that, it is also important that we do this because perspective matters. And builders can build really great things based on their individual and the collective experiences of the communities they come from. I'm excited for the future. And again, I feel really honored and privileged to be serving as a part of this great financial revolution. Thank you very much.
So we're gonna shift to a little bit different kind of presentation. I'd like to invite Nick up on stage for a dive into what I would call Bitcoin's activist history. We don't know who created Bitcoin. A lot of people think it might be a time traveler, or maybe the U.S. government created it, or maybe aliens created it. We don't really know who it was that created Bitcoin, but I would actually be willing to bet that Bitcoin was created by a human rights activist. That's my personal theory for who Satoshi was. So in order to unpack that for you all and talk about where did this technology come from and who built it, we have someone who's spent a lot of time thinking about Bitcoin's prehistory and all the scientific innovations that it was built on. So it's definitely my honor to welcome up Nick to the stage and share his thoughts about Bitcoin's activist history. Nick, come on up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Alex. Hello, I'm Nick Carter. I invest in Bitcoin businesses, and I'm here to talk about the prehistory of Bitcoin. So when Alex asked me to come and do the talk and talk about how the people that built Bitcoin and the systems that support Bitcoin and historically went in to the construction of Bitcoin, how they were activists, I thought to myself, well, of course they were. The cypherpunks, that was an activist, ideological, political movement. Bitcoin is a continuation of that. And so what I'd like to do today is dive into some of the remarkable individuals that laid the grounds for the construction of Bitcoin as a viable system. And talk a little bit about how political activism went into these prior systems and the battles that they waged, which I think we're going to see a reprisal of some of those battles today. So I originally was planning on building a detailed timeline, but these guys, Ansel Lindner and BTC Markets, did a great job, so I'm just stealing theirs. So a lot of people think Bitcoin is this sort of sui generis thing that just sort of popped out of the ether, fully formed. But the truth is that a huge number of individual components came together to build the system. Those components were built by human beings. And those humans did it out of a very specific vision for what the world should be. And a lot of this, I would say, the modern genesis of modern cryptography came with the academic discovery of public key cryptography for civilian purposes. And in the 70s, public key cryptography, the thing that underlies Bitcoin's public key infrastructure, that was the technology that the military and the government controlled exclusively. And it had not really been discovered for civilian or academic purposes. And Whitfield Diffie came around and realized that you could build these kinds of curves and that you could build these public key systems. And that was kind of a breakthrough. It was a Promethean moment. It seized power from exclusively the state to, wow, academics and software developers, regular folks eventually will be able to use this. And that, powered a lot of the cypherpunk movement, which was basically seizing this power from the state, and that was not without complaints. They fought back for a number of years in publishing it. And in '78, Rivest, Shamir, and Adelman, RSA, which you've probably heard of, they productized it. And Diffie, Whitfield Diffie, he described himself as an iconoclast. But this wasn't part of some libertarian right-wing movement. He considers himself a leftist, right? What he believed was that cryptography was a tool to protect individuals and allow them to defend themselves against a powerful adversary. So fast forward to David Chaum, who is probably one of the most important folks in the history of digital cash. Of course, David Chaum's system, DigiCash, was a digital cash anonymous system. It was centralized in nature. There's a corporation. There's effectively a bank that processed the transactions. But David Chaum's entire construction of that software system was a deeply ideological project. He believed that we were on the cusp of what he called a dossier state, in which all of our footprint, all of our activities would be surveilled, which obviously has come true now. And that was what he sort of deeply, deeply feared. And he felt he had to create something in order to stop that reality from occurring. So I've got a few of his quotes from this remarkable paper that he wrote in 1985. The foundation is being laid for a dossier society in which computers would be used to infer individuals' lifestyles, habits, whereabouts, and associations. And remember, he's writing this in '85. And he created DigiCash, which was a fully anonymous digital cash system, in an effort to grant people the anonymity that he felt that we would lose as the world became increasingly computerized and surveilled. And so the important thing to understand is that these cryptographic innovations they had political motives. And those motives were protecting individuals from the state and from corporations. And of course, we now see the consequence of that in places where you have these CBDCs and social credit systems. The cypherpunks, and I'm not sure Chaum would describe himself as a cypherpunks, but the antecedents to Bitcoin, the forefathers of Bitcoin, they understood the direction we were heading in, and they found transactional anonymity to be absolutely paramount. So moving on, we had the formation of this movement called the cypherpunks, and they actually had pretty definite political agendas, and they tended to be more on the libertarian or even anarchist side. And the cypherpunks was a mailing list, which is of course where the Bitcoin announcement was hosted. That's where Satoshi chose to make the announcement of Bitcoin in October 2008. So it was a mailing list, but it was also a physical meetup in San Francisco. Started in the 90s by Eric Hughes and Tim May. And I'm going to give you a couple of their quotes here to give an introduction to what they believed. But the basics of cypherpunk thought is that we were in the 90s, and very much are today, at the cusp of this transition to a society that is increasingly surveilled, that's increasingly computerized, and there will be enormous returns to scale for the state as they're able to surveil all of our behavior. And this was a change, right? We had physical cash for the longest time. That's fully confidential, fully private. As you move to digitized systems, that potentially gives the state enormous power. However, at the same time, there are technological innovations in cryptography and software that made the cypherpunks optimistic that we could move to a model of pseudonymity, where people wouldn't have to disclose their real human identity with every transaction they made. And that was sort of the cornerstone of cypherpunk thought. Potentially, we could move to a world where people build reputation on a pseudonymous basis. And of course, we see this today in sort of the crypto space. And that was what they foresaw. Their other stance on this was that asking the state nicely to protect your privacy was mostly futile, or it just wasn't particularly high leverage activity. And it hasn't historically really worked that well, asking governments not to surveil us. They do it anyway. So what they felt was the most high leverage and best approach was to build code and deploy systems that would protect individuals' privacy. So, that was their political approach, not through electoral processes, not through lobbying the state, but by developing, user-friendly, widely deployed at-scale software projects using cryptography that allow people to, send information freely and, in an encrypted way, and potentially to transact with each other online. And so that was the, preferred approach. And so, there's this famous phrase, cypherpunks write code. The idea is that you write code instead of trying to ask nicely, because asking doesn't work. And, they engage in civil disobedience, and I'll talk you through a couple of those examples. But, the thing to understand is that the technological processes, those are political, they're embedded with these political objectives. So the cypherpunks, of course, they were software developers and cryptographers, but they were activists too. So a lot of cypherpunk thought, there's a famous manifesto from this guy, Chuck Hamill, 1987. He compares cryptography to crossbows. And what crossbows did in the feudal society was they massively leveled the playing field because regular folks could operate a crossbow. Most regular folks couldn't just operate a longbow because you had to have years of training to do that. But basically anyone could operate a crossbow. So crossbows were profoundly destabilizing to sort of the feudal order because they, eliminated the asymmetries that existed between, mounted combat and sort of peasants. And in fact, crossbows were outlawed in a lot of the case. And cryptography is kind of the same way. It means that virtually anyone with cheap consumer software can communicate online in an encrypted way and potentially transact online privately, giving you, power, stealing power back from these centralized authorities that previously wielded it. And so Chuck Hamill had this same view. I don't disparage the concept of political action, but he doesn't believe that it's the most cost-effective path towards increasing freedom in our time. So rather than beseeching the state to please not enslave, plunder, or constrain us, I propose a network spreading the technologies by which we may seize freedom for ourselves. So this was the cypherpunk approach. This was the cornerstone of their thought. Deploy code as a standard of activism. And this is what they did. And so Tim May, very famously wrote the Crypto Anarchist Manifesto, and he felt that cryptography was on the cusp of unseating these power structures, and he described it as a revolution. The notion of using cryptographic techniques for digital cash, for secure messaging, he felt it was a revolution. Maybe it is. Eric Hughes was another one of the early cypherpunks. Felt that you can't just merely expect the government to grant you privacy out of their beneficence. We must defend our own privacy if we expect to have any. So their model for activism involved writing and deploying these systems, although it could well be the case that the timelines weren't exactly what they expected. And of course, cypherpunks write code. So Phil Zimmermann is one of the most interesting characters in this whole story because Phil Zimmermann was prosecuted by the US government for publishing software. And it wasn't malicious, it wasn't a worm, it wasn't software that was designed to destroy anything. It was simply software that allowed people to communicate via email securely. And I'm sure many of you have used it. PGP, pretty good privacy. And PGP was the first major sort of consumer-grade application of public key cryptography for the purposes of secure email communication. And when Phil Zimmermann published it in the early 90s, he was prosecuted by the US government for violating their munitions export regulation because cryptography was considered a military concern. And it took the government a long time to realize, wow, the toothpaste is out of the tube, you can't put it back in, the cat is out of the bag. There's no way to unpublish. There's no way for the public to unlearn these secrets of public key cryptography. But they didn't go down without a fight. They did prosecute him, and it took people like Adam Back, spreading PGP in physical books and on T-shirts to demonstrate the absurdity of the government's position on this. This was civil disobedience, using and deploying these crypto systems simply to encrypt email communication was against the law. And during the Clinton administration, there was another scandal where they tried to enforce the usage of this thing called the Clipper chip, which would insert a backdoor into encryption in all consumer devices. And so, the government fought this war. I mean, it wasn't a hot war, it wasn't a kinetic war, but they fought a war against academics and software developers and engineers in an attempt to stifle the usage of mere cryptography. And I suspect we're going to see much the same thing when it comes to cryptocurrency this time around. And I think we would do a lot to learn from these people that were on the front lines last time. And there's actually a great book on this called Crypto, I think, by Stephen Levy, which is a really excellent history. So moving on, we actually get into, in the late 90s, we get into some of these digital cash projects. Of course, you have Nick Szabo with BitGold, you have Wei Dai with B-Money, and Adam Back's Hashcash, of course. And I think most of these people probably describe themselves as cypherpunks. So Hashcash, early 2000s, this is one of the key things that Bitcoin is built on. The hashing is central to all of the mining. And in 2003, Adam Back realized that creating cryptographic hashes was potentially a way to create sort of a unit of economic value on the internet. Adam Back was absolutely one of those cypherpunks, publishing the code for PGP and spreading it far and wide. Wei Dai, in 1998, published a predecessor to Bitcoin, which is probably one of the most similar systems to Bitcoin 10 years before Bitcoin emerged. A lot of those ideas, you can find them in Bitcoin, whether or not Satoshi knew about it at the time. So Wei Dai was a believer in crypto anarchy. He said in crypto anarchy, the government is not temporarily destroyed, but permanently forbidden and permanently unnecessary. He says the threat of violence is impotent because violence is impossible, because individuals that are transacting can't be linked to their true names and physical locations. And now, this may seem like a utopian view, to have a society where commerce and transactions are based on pseudonymity instead of real names, but this was the vision. This was the vision of the cypherpunks. And now with Nick Szabo with BitGold, that's another predecessor project to Bitcoin. Again, lots of those ideas in BitGold are present in Bitcoin. He compares it to a monetary network. And so this is where you start to see divergences in cypherpunk thought. Some of the cypherpunks were really focused on digital transactions, so the Chaumian private confidential cash transactions. But Nick Szabo, again, one of the most titanic figures in pre-Bitcoin thought, starts thinking to himself, well, what if we had more of a monetary focus? What if we created a monetary network that the government couldn't debase with inflation? And BitGold, the clue is in the name. He thought of it as a gold-like thing. And so his focus started to be a little bit different from the Chaumian cash. David Chaum was trying to have dollar-denominated cash transactions. Meanwhile, there was another faction of cypherpunks that thought to themselves, what if we created an independent monetary network where people could store their savings in a device that is outside of the dollar, that's outside of sovereign currencies? And so, this is an important thing to remember. The cypherpunks may have had similar aims. They may have believed in privacy and pseudonymity and the right for individuals to transact freely outside of the purview of governments, but they weren't homogenous. They weren't all the same. And a lot of those early fractures emerged later in the history of Bitcoin, where we had the scaling debate and we had all these wars within Bitcoin. So lastly, this brings us to Hal Finney, one of the earliest developers on Bitcoin. I'm going to publish all these slides, by the way, and Satoshi Nakamoto, of course. Hal Finney, one of the earliest developers on Bitcoin, probably the first outside contributor ever, wrote this incredible essay in 1994 where he demonstrated that he was maybe a little more pragmatic than some of the other cypherpunks, right? He felt that maybe we actually should compromise with the government a little bit. Maybe we're not going to be able to step outside of society and create this alternative society based on cryptography and pseudonymity. And so again, some of these guys were true radicals and true activists in the genuine sense of the term, and some of them felt that crypto systems were a bargaining strategy so that we could seize power back for individuals from strong central authority. But maybe we're not going to live in this sort of crypto utopian paradise. Hal pointed out the very real cost of being an activist in this sense. He pointed out that the Clipper proposal, which was this Clinton administration attempt to backdoor cryptography and encryption, was defeated through politics as opposed to mere technological development. He pointed out the difficulties Phil Zimmermann faced for publishing code. And so even though Hal Finney, was a true sort of cypherpunk in the genuine sense, he felt that we couldn't just completely withdraw from society. So again, the cypherpunk's not a homogenous group, but certainly some key themes there. And then of course Satoshi was an individual of few words. Satoshi was very sparing with their political statements, and it's hard to sort of infer what Satoshi believed in, but I think it's completely unambiguous that Satoshi intended Bitcoin as an ideological political project. And that's not political in the partisan sense of red versus blue, right? This is political in the sense that Bitcoin is imbued with definite aims and objectives. And it's maybe up to us to discover what they are. And I think the most stirring political statement that Satoshi ever made was, someone on the mailing list or a Bitcoin talk said, "You're not going to find a solution to political problems in cryptography." Satoshi responds, "Yes, but we can win a major battle in the arms race and gain a new territory of freedom for several years." So Satoshi saw free digital cash transactions as a tool of freedom. Mentioned a number of times that he felt Bitcoin was sort of attractive to the libertarian viewpoint, but again, Satoshi didn't really give us that many clues. I think it's clear that Bitcoin is embedded with some of these values. Of course, Satoshi published the white paper on the cypherpunk mailing list in the first place, certainly signaling an affinity, and made a number of political comments. But it's kind of interesting because Bitcoin does a lot of things at the same time. So on the one hand, it's a cash-like transaction system. So potentially it's a way to transact online with more anonymity. And people like the Lightning folks are working on ways to make it even more anonymous. But at the same time, Bitcoin is also a monetary phenomenon. It's this idea that the supply of money should be non-discretionary. That means the supply of money should not be determined by a government or by PhDs at the Federal Reserve. The supply of money should be fixed and set by an algorithm and then not changed thereafter. And so Bitcoin has these many different ideas within the system. Some people are really attracted to the monetary facets. Some people really like the fact that the monetary rules do not change. If you were a gold bug, you probably like that part of the system. Some people, on the other hand, really like the transactional privacy element, or relative privacy. It's not perfect, as we know. And then some people like the programmability, or just think it's an interesting alternative payment system for the internet. And so Bitcoin has these multiple different and oftentimes clashing ideas that are held within it. And this means that we have these civil wars in the Bitcoin community. But those trace back to different ideas, different strains of cypherpunk thought. So if on the cash-like side, you've got effectively the David Chaumian thought around we need to create digital cash instruments for transacting online. But it doesn't really matter if it's dollar denominated or something else. And then on the other side, you've got people that think, well, full nodes are absolutely paramount. We need to maintain the system to be decentralized as possible. And these ideas clash, and they do. So it's kind of an interesting concept to try and reason about sort of the activist strands that are present within Bitcoin today, because as far as we know, there's 50 to 100 million people worldwide that use Bitcoin. And we've heard some of their incredible stories here today. But not all those people agree with each other. And certainly, they don't have, they don't share the same political objectives. But of course, to use the system is a political act because the system is so disruptive and potentially destabilizing to sovereign currencies. And so it's hard to identify, what the ideological objective of Bitcoin is today, because people see in Bitcoin so many different things, and they disagree with each other all the time. And even the cypherpunks, the predecessors and forerunners to Bitcoin, disagreed with each other a lot. So I'm going to wrap it up there, and maybe we can take some questions too.
Thanks, Nick. That was awesome. Really appreciate the background. It's now my pleasure to invite up Guy, who we call the voice of Bitcoin, because he devotes a lot of his time reading a lot of the articles that people produce in this space. And Guy's going to help moderate a conversation with Nick until about 3:40, and we'll move on to our next topic. So welcome, Guy.
One of those things I've read on a Bitcoin Audible podcast is about 12 of this guy's works, maybe? I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to just, if you had to sum up what to you the cypherpunk ideal is, like what makes cypherpunkism different from essentially other activism or whatever, like what's that core? As simply as possible, what is that in your search, I guess?
I think the clearest statement is cypherpunk ideology is simply cypherpunk's right code, which is to say that the main mode of expression, of political expression, is the creation and deployment of software systems that allow people to seize more power for themselves relative to powerful adversaries.
Gotcha. I essentially, like, without a doubt, because what kind of the foundation of like cypherpunkism, you talked about it in this piece, was that they were never there to ask permission. And there's this kind of foundational idea that to think that you can ask permission for freedom is to abuse the idea of freedom. You know, if you're having to ask permission, it's not real freedom. It's like a free-range chicken. You know, like, yeah, sure, you have permission to wander around because your owners say so, but if you're not actually taking it, if it's not your responsibility and your control, you're still not free. You're free at someone else's behest. So they can just as easily take it away when the conditions are no longer convenient for you to be able to walk and do and speak and trade with who you want to trade with. How is Bitcoin, like, where does Bitcoin lie in this? Like, in the context of, you know, let's say the internet is the freedom of speech. What really is Bitcoin in kind of the grander picture?
Well, Bitcoin is an attempt to carve out real estate in the monetary conversation. And I think it's a heresy to say we are going to endorse and support a system of monetary rules that is not set by the state, because that's been the default. And the gold standard is a long time ago, 50 years ago. And it wasn't really even popular.
Arguably.
Yeah, it had been degenerating for decades at that point. And Bitcoin is this attempt at a restoration of ideas underlying monetary hardness, exemplified by the gold standard. Additionally, and that's what makes it so interesting, is it's also about individual freedom to transact online, which is kind of orthogonal to the monetary idea, because you can use Bitcoin without knowing anything about the supply schedule. And I'm sure many people do, and it doesn't matter to them whether there's 21 million units or 50 million. And so, you know, that's one of the really interesting things is it's this disruptive idea in many different ways. It's concealable. It's something that dissidents can take with them if they have to flee a country. You know, so the cryptography comes in there. It's a strong form of property rights. It won't be debased. The inflation is clear, and no one's going to change it. You can transact without asking anyone. You can broadcast a transaction. You can verify your assets without asking anyone for permission. So it achieves this multiplicity of objectives, which is, I think, why it's often so hard to reason about from a political perspective.
Yeah, and in the context of like personal responsibility, when you get that ability to verify and you have that singular ownership, it's like if you don't use the tools to protect your freedom, there's, you know, especially being an activist or an advocate for it, if you can't protect yourself, you know, when you're on the plane and the mask comes down, you put yours on so that then you can help other people. And like that's why I think it's so important to take that individual responsibility, particularly those people who care the most about it, and learn the tools to protect themselves so that they can extend that protection to others. Now I want to just, if anybody has any questions for Nick, or yes.
I'm coming from Belarus.
Belarus, okay.
And I have I completely share how we're framing Bitcoin in order to support dissidents. I have the company that is called Belarus Associated. I'm a young company. It's 10 million. So I'm coming from Belarus. It's still not working, but I hope you heard. The population of the country, average salary is $300 a month. Pension $200 a month. So in order to buy current Bitcoin, it probably will take 12 years and 30 years for pensioners. But same time, dictator who runs the country for 27 years is known for using abundant energy to mine Bitcoins. So the question is, how do we, human rights defenders who praise Bitcoin, how to support activists, dissidents, and how dissidents enjoy the freedom of Bitcoin, no idea how they do in Belarus because they don't have any money, while dictator is using all of it in order to fight those human rights defenders. Within the last year, 30,000 people got arrested, people are killed, raped, tortured. It's happening in Belarus, in Europe. And we're not talking how we will deal as human rights defenders, as Bitcoin developers, with dictators like that, who have all money in the world. So the question is, how?
That's a great question. So the first thing is we can't stop evil people using Bitcoin. And Bitcoin's interesting for that exact reason. We can't strip anyone's ability to use the system out of the system. That's the point of the system. And for Bitcoin to be useful for dissidents, I'll get to your question, the first part in a second. For it to be useful for dissidents, it has to also be something that authoritarian dictators can use if they want to. And we know, outside of Belarus, for instance, we know that the regime in Iran probably mines Bitcoin. The Maduro regime in Venezuela, possibly North Koreans too. There's nothing that the Bitcoin core developers can write into the software to say they can't use Bitcoin. The system strips any notion of identity out of it completely. And so, it doesn't care whether you're a human rights activist or a dictator. So everybody's on the equal playing field. And so, that's just the quality of the system. That's the same with any, functional monetary network, whether it's gold or, physical US dollars or anything like that. Now, regarding how activists can use it, I think, using it at the base layer is probably going to be expensive. But, these new networks have been built on top of it such that you can transact in smaller denominations like Lightning. So I think that, will answer that question with time. But yeah, I mean, to the first question, it's difficult because the dollar is a system that, specifically excludes certain individuals and regimes and things like that. But the exclusionary nature of the dollar is what makes it a not great monetary network too. I'm sure lots of the people in this room have been kicked off the dollar network. And so it doesn't feel great to have a network that anyone can use, whether they're good or evil. But that's what makes for the best networks at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's kind of at the heart of the value of Bitcoin is that it does not know and cannot care about some subjective valuation, because that's where the abuse of power generally comes from, is the subjective valuation or subjective control of one person over another. So to essentially remove that from the equation and give everybody autonomy, as soon as you begin to enter that subjective valuation of, oh, well, this is a particularly bad person, whether they be a dictator or a government or whatever it is, as soon as you create those exclusionary principles, then the people with the most power and the most influence will use those to then turn right back around and shut out the dissidents. Like, as soon as the element of control and exclusion exist in the protocol, you've kind of lost the level playing field is gone, and the people with the most political and social power will just use it to stomp the people with no political and social power. So, I mean, yeah, exactly like he said is, Bitcoin cannot exclude. So
Money talks. Doesn't matter what world, but money talks, not human rights. So one dictator is controlling 10 million population with no money, and he is using the same tool as human rights defenders. So it means there is no way out of that situation.
well, what you've got is in the previous system, in like a fiat system, in a government-controlled monetary system, the government is the one that they have total control over the money. There's, by default, a huge gap in the rights between the person. Like the rights of the person who controls the money, like the money system, is universal. You know, money is the tool that we use to do everything in the economy. It's how we achieve everything. Whereas in Bitcoin, it's simply that you cannot exclude that person from also being a part of it, but the common individual has the exact same rights. Like my wallet protects my Bitcoin and Nick's protects his exactly the same as the leader of Belarus or the president of the United States if they have a wallet. Mine's not any less strong in my ownership of Bitcoin than theirs. And if you had anything else just to add on that. Sorry, let's go to another question here.
So about a year ago, I suggested to Bitcoin Magazine to include Bitcoin DeFi in the conference, the Bitcoin 2021 conference. And the reason I did that was because for the last 5 years, I've been trying to develop a smart contract on top of Bitcoin. And I felt like, you know, most of us in Bitcoin are not aware
keep it to a question, a short question.
that the smart contract has to be a Bitcoin smart contract. It cannot be something else. And eventually, how do you think this is going to happen? How are we going to get there to that smart contract on Bitcoin?
I don't think there's any prohibition on creating more expressivity in the Bitcoin protocol. It's just that, you know, the Bitcoin development culture prioritized safety and security and soundness first. And so it just takes us a little bit longer to get there. But given the volume of hacks and exploits we see on the other more expressive protocols, I think it's pretty warranted to take the safety first approach. So it's not that Bitcoin's the anti-innovation, it's just that it's innovation at the right pace.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Guy, for leading that conversation. Thanks, Nick, for an awesome and very unique presentation that you won't find anywhere else in the world. And thank you for your contributions.
Thank you.
So I now have the honor of bringing up Elizabeth Stark. Make sure you keep this very close to your mouth.
Awesome.
So I want to talk about the Lightning Network. I want to talk about your view on Bitcoin being, you know, fast and cheap and potentially more private. But I want to start at the beginning because, like all of us, we were doing something else before Bitcoin. And I find your story really interesting, especially for this community of human rights activists who remember kind of like the wars over copyright and the open web. And I would love to hear you like talk to us about that and talk to us a little bit about how that brought you to your Bitcoin journey.
Definitely. By the way, I was noting that my photo here is my avatar. So you can see the drawing of me that actually came from a community of open source advocates and activists. So I've always loved the internet, and it's hard to say exactly why, but remember as a kid I got my first computer. I got on the internet. I remember my dad had access to the internet, and I was really excited to go over to his place and use it. And at one point, my mom even took away my modem, and this is going to date me, and then I went right back and bought another one. It was clogging up the phone line, yeah. So those are the early internet days. And for me, I think what was so fascinating about this was access to information and access to knowledge in a way that hadn't previously been possible. You know, you could go to a library. I was lucky to grow up outside of New York City where I had access to that, but a lot of people around the world did not. But the idea, and today it's completely commonplace, right? It's ubiquitous, but to have access to that kind of information at your fingertips was actually revolutionary at the time, and still is in many ways today. So fast forward, I had gotten interested in startups and technology, studied everything from international politics to actually internet law, and I got really interested in open source technology and the idea of internet freedom, and it was really great to hear Nick's talk around cypherpunks and everything that went on a little bit before my time with the cryptography movement. But the idea that technology can empower, and especially cryptography can empower people from things like, repression. It can enable people to have greater privacy, and it can bring greater freedom to people globally, was just completely fascinating to me. And I was always very interested in leveling the playing field and providing access and democratization. That word may be more of a, I'd say, cliche these days, but at the end of the day, the idea that the internet provides more opportunities for people is part of what made me so passionate about it. So in my pre-Bitcoin life, it's hard to imagine what life was like pre-Bitcoin, I was very involved in internet activism, open source technology, Creative Commons, and a variety of movements where people believed in the power of technology to provide greater freedom, provide greater access to information, open access to educational resources. Some folks may have heard of SOPA and PIPA, the Internet Freedom Movement. I helped activists organize around that in terms of internet censorship, did research as a grad student both on human rights areas and internet censorship areas. And lo and behold, open source technology and decentralized technology were very interesting to me. Open source because anybody could build upon it. It wasn't locked down, you didn't have walled gardens. And decentralization because I knew that if you have one government or one entity controlling a technology, they're going, power corrupts, right? They're going to either shut it down or restrict it. And we've seen this on many of the walled garden platforms we have out there today. And when I first learned about Bitcoin, I was actually after grad school. I studied law at Harvard Law and then taught at Stanford University and Yale, TA for the course and an article about Bitcoin. And I remember thinking oh wow, open source money. This is really interesting. Will anybody ever use it? Lo and behold, here we are today. So I was very excited to see that people actually used it. And thus started my rabbit hole of just diving deeper and deeper into learning about this technology.
You mentioned that the relationship between the creator and the audience was something that really inspired you from kind of like your early days. Can you now trace your journey from that idea, that vision of people online being able to connect directly with their audience to what you're working on now at Lightning Labs?
Definitely. So I always wondered why on the internet there wasn't an easy way to just send value or money. So you can send a photo in any application today. It's interoperable. I have friends in Argentina and India. I can just send a photo in any application. Imagine if today you had to say, wait days and then use a different technology for a different country in order to send that photo. That's actually the way that we send money or value on the internet today, right? It's wild. It's 2021. By the way, here in the US, we're using paper checks, which to me, we're stuck in the telegraph age of value transfer on the internet. So
just on that, why do you think money has lagged behind everything else?
Well, here, there are different systems globally around the world. I think there are a lot of incumbents here in the US that are actually not incentivized to have a better system, a faster system, a more efficient system. But also globally, there are a lot of incumbents, and I've always taken a global perspective. I studied international related issues as well, did things like human rights, international relations, and there are global incumbents that make a lot of money when you send cross-border payments, right? They might charge 10 or 20% on a $100 payment. So it is not in their interest for the prices to go down. And I think we see a lot of that degree of, say, rent seeking, if you will. There's a whole concept of the innovator's dilemma. Clayton Christensen, incumbents are not going to create the technologies that actually render their technology, obsolete. That's just the way things work. So for me, I'd always wondered, why can't we transfer value on the internet in the way that we could send, say, photos? I also love music, trying to work on my DJ career for those that I've talked to lately. And I know we heard from DJ Switch earlier, which was an incredible talk. And the idea being that you're not able to easily send value or money to creators on the internet was something that inspired me. And then the global nature, always, wanting to travel around the world and learn about new cultures. This is not by any means a domestic problem, it is a global problem. And that also inspired me, and meeting people through these open source communities that were working on this technology around the world was really interesting and got me involved.
So our session here is really the doorway for us to teach you about the Lightning Network. And before we get into that, I want to hear a little bit from you on the earlier days in Bitcoin when there was like a big fight over how Bitcoin was actually gonna operate. And there were kind of these two visions of people who were really focused on getting as many people as possible onto the network and to make transactions as fast and cheap as possible, but in doing so sacrificing decentralization and user control. Whereas there were a bunch of other folks who said, no, we can actually do both. We can keep the user control and decentralization, and we can find a scientific way to scale Bitcoin. And you were definitely at the heart of that debate. And I'd love for you to just reveal some of that to the audience, because it's an overlooked period of Bitcoin's history in many ways, but it's so important, I think.
Yeah, if there's one thing that the Bitcoin community loves, it's drama. For those that have been on Twitter, I will warn you, there's some drama out there, but the drama comes out of passion, I would say, and people that deeply believe in what they're doing. Now, there are certain people that deeply believe in a very different vision than a lot of us here today. And it's funny, by the way, that now the block size wars, as we call them, are the old days. Right. I'm like, what year is it anymore? 2021? Who knows? So yeah, at its core, there were differing visions within, I would say there were two communities. One was more composed of, say, developers and people that actually have worked on the technology for a while and maybe were more grassroots. And then there was another, it's interesting because there are a variety of other approaches. Some of them are more corporate. In fact, there was a proposal for a change to Bitcoin. We call it a hard fork. That means it's not backward compatible. There's another type of change to Bitcoin. We're having one in November, or it's getting activated, called a soft fork. That one's called Taproot, that is backward compatible.
And just to color that for you, what that would mean is a hard fork is like when Microsoft just updates your computer, or Apple just updates your computer and you have no choice. Whereas with the soft fork, you get to decide when to update. And this is very important.
Well, you could not update, but then you're splitting off with a hard fork.
Right, right. But in a soft fork, you could just choose to not update. And
exactly,
your Bitcoin
and it's
works.
compatible. Exactly. So there were different communities that had a different vision for Bitcoin. And what they wanted to do was essentially scale Bitcoin at the base layer. So folks here are familiar with the term blockchain, right? And that is what I think of as like the TCP/IP, if there are any internet geeks in the room, but the base layer of Bitcoin. And the idea at that point was, well, we can actually just, if you think of Bitcoin as, say, a highway, we'll add more lanes to the highway, right? And more and more and more. But unfortunately, what that meant is, and why Bitcoin is so powerful, is you have this element of decentralization combined with global consensus. And one of the key elements there is, as we know, nobody controls Bitcoin. There's no CEO of Bitcoin. There's no marketing department, no corporations, no governments. And that's what makes it extremely powerful. In fact, from a geopolitical standpoint, I don't know how much we're going to talk about mining, I'm sure later, the idea that you have the miners that are securing the Bitcoin network in all different jurisdictions is part of what's so key to enable Bitcoin security and ultimate success. So at the same time, you have what are called full nodes. And that concept is these are users that are running these nodes kind of like a server that are actually checking the rules of the network and ensuring that this consensus, that everyone is agreeing on the state of the network. And that's very important for the security of Bitcoin as well. And so if you add more lanes to this highway, ultimately what ends up happening is it ends up being harder to run these nodes because it actually takes up more space. So you're adding more space to each what we call block. And then it's actually harder for people. Let's say you're in a low power place, let's say a village in Nigeria, and you don't have a great internet connection, and you want to be able to run your own node, have that degree of self-sovereignty that we've heard about. And you may not have access to the internet, you're not on a super high-speed connection. Adding more space is going to make it harder for you to run that node. It's going to limit the decentralization of the network and the number of people that can do so.
Right. So the overall philosophy of what were called the big blockers, or the people who wanted to add a lot more lanes, would have eventually led to essentially what we would call data center Bitcoin, where you would essentially need specialized equipment, and it would hurt the democratization idea, and it would hurt the idea that anybody could, be a full first-class citizen of Bitcoin, right? Like
Exactly.
only a handful of people would have control over the servers, and therefore it would be no real different from a centralized technology. And what are we doing here in the first place? Or at least I'm not very biased, of course, but that's my view of it. There are people who obviously disagree with me.
Everyone has an opinion in Bitcoin. But at the end of the day, one analogy I've said in the past is, in order to run a full node, to download all the prior blocks and all the prior transactions of Bitcoin, it's as if in order to send an email, you had to download every email that anybody has ever sent. But again, that's what ensures that you're secure and in consensus with the network. So you have 100,000 people around the world running these nodes, which is actually critically important to the security of the network. So
Right, like there's no Amazon web server like controlling Bitcoin. It's
right, I
literally
mean,
just,
some
like,
people run
thousands
nodes
of
on
people.
AWS, but
Sure.
the thing is you can run nodes and so there's this really cool project, we heard about a few of them actually. One is called Umbrel, another one's called Start9, another one's called Raspberry Blitz, where people use Raspberry Pi devices, so these are cheap, you can buy them, you can run them in low power environments, and they run their own nodes. And there's there are numerous movements of people also running Lightning nodes, which we'll get to, and this is very much about being a part of the community and self-sovereignty to that. So to quickly get to the drama, so there was one group that wanted bigger blocks, and then there was another part of the group that wanted decentralization, and they said, hold on one second. We need to make sure that these blocks are not too big so that you can have a decentralized network, and we should build transactions on a higher layer, a second layer, which is part of what I'm working on Lightning, on top of Bitcoin, so that not every transaction occurs on the blockchain. Because in fact, Bitcoin today can only do about 5 to 10 transactions per second, and this is intentional, because if you had many transactions on the base layer of the blockchain, you would have centralization. Instead, you take those transactions, you make them at a higher layer, one layer on top of it, and you don't need the global consensus on that higher layer. In fact, you can go onto the Bitcoin blockchain with one transaction. You get onto Lightning, the layer 2 that I'm involved in, and I know we have many community members here today, and then you can transact, say, an unlimited amount of times on Lightning, and it doesn't require the global consensus that everyone agrees upon. Instead, we call it local consensus. You actually agree with the people with whom you're transacting, and then you can route through other nodes on the network. If people are familiar with packets on the internet, transactions travel on Lightning like packets. So that is a very different approach. And it's saying, let's abstract these transactions to a higher layer. By the way, it also means you have amazing scalability, many, many thousands, hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. The fees are also much lower because the fees on the Bitcoin blockchain are such that it's demand-based. So the more people that want to transact, and there's a limited number of transactions that can occur, the higher the fees go. So let's say you want to send a couple of dollars, you may be priced out. And then you also have the instant nature of transactions on Lightning. I know we're going to hear a lot more about it in the workshop afterward, as opposed to the 10-minute block time on the Bitcoin blockchain, which is also there for a reason. It's there so that people around the world that are running these nodes, we can have what we call block propagation. They can actually download the new blocks, and it'll stay in consensus.
Yeah, I like the idea of thinking about money in layers, right? And it's not a perfect analogy, but it'll be helpful for you to start to center your thinking, would be to think about the transition from gold money to paper money, right? So you had gold where you literally had this bare asset that you had to drive around and be really secure with, and maybe hire people with guns to protect you as you moved your gold from one place to another. So people were like, screw that, we're just gonna actually trade paper promises to gold, and that birthed the cash movement, right? Now, those pieces of paper didn't have the same assurances as the gold, but they were good enough for commerce, right? And that allowed humanity to scale at a massive rate. In Bitcoin, it's really interesting because you have the digital gold, the Bitcoin itself, and then you have Lightning, but Lightning doesn't even make those same trade-offs that cash does. It's actually real Bitcoin that you're moving back and forth. So that's what Elizabeth and her team are working on, and the global impact that we're talking about here is the fact that with Lightning, you can use Bitcoin in a way that's instant and essentially almost virtually no fees, and that's really helpful in emerging markets where people eventually just won't be able to afford using the main chain. So what is, you've been talking a lot about this idea of number of users go up instead of number go up, meaning just the price. How does your background and your approach in Lightning color your philosophy there?
I like to create counter memes, but we can get to that in a second. So Bitcoin's first killer app, or the real first product market fit or use case that many folks may be familiar today, is the idea of Bitcoin, the asset. We heard about it in Togo and a variety of other places, and that idea was you buy this thing, and it's kind of like a savings account, and you hold it for a while, and the idea is the number goes up, the price goes up. And there's something interesting to that as well, but for me and for what I'm really passionate about with Lightning, the concept is number of people go up. Let's bring this technology to billions of people, provide them access, and provide them with opportunities and use cases they previously would not have had. And so this is actually what we like to call Bitcoin the monetary network, right? So Bitcoin the asset travels over Bitcoin the monetary network, and Bitcoin the monetary network needs the asset for it really to work, and there are all these incentive structures around mining and what we call the block reward. Miners earn Bitcoin to mine. So Bitcoin the monetary network is actually only 3 years old, which is pretty wild. 3rd January 2009 was the launch of Bitcoin, the asset and Bitcoin's base layer blockchain. But when it comes to instant high volume, low fee transactions on Lightning, the mainnet versions of the Lightning implementations, which interoperate on the protocol, launched in 2018. And the first year was, developers, command line. It was quite early, and we have an incredible group of developers and entrepreneurs here today that are going to talk to us about what they built on Lightning. But part of what's so key and something I'm really passionate about, we've had a lot of rich folks talk about, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, and I created a counter meme there, Bitcoin for billions, not billionaires, and the idea that this technology can empower so many people globally and emerging markets is key to that. And what we've seen really happen, I'd say in the past 3 to 6 months. So for example, there are a lot of incredible entrepreneurs globally that are building on Lightning because of the low fees, because of the instant nature of the transactions. Lightning enables this kind of World Wide Web or HTTP application layer for Bitcoin, so developers can build on it. So we saw the video from Bernard, wish he could be here, from BitNob, who's launched Lightning in Nigeria and Ghana. There's an incredible group called Ibex Mercado out of Guatemala. They're also operating in El Salvador. Galoy has built the Bitcoin Beach wallet in El Zonte. We have a company called OpenNode that is working with a number of merchants, McDonald's included, Starbucks now, I believe Ibex. Apparently, by the way, Lightning is big at Pizza Hut in El Salvador because Bitcoiners love pizza and to spend Bitcoin for pizza. There's even a Bitcoin Pizza Day. And we've seen these really incredible groups of developers just building solutions for their local communities. Globally, we have Paul here from Stackwork and Sphinx. They have communities in Latin America and the Philippines where people are earning Bitcoin. So some people say, by the way, why would I want to spend Bitcoin? Well, here in the US, it's not hard to do a lot of things that globally, people may not have access to. But they also don't realize that earning it is key. And who doesn't want more Bitcoin, right? So a lot of people have been earning it, and then they can convert it to their local fiat currency if need be. But Lightning and Bitcoin provide the rails for people to both send and receive in a way that would not be previously possible in markets that weren't previously possible. And I know we'll also hear from Zebedee and Andre. The gaming community has gone wild for Bitcoin and Lightning. There was a really cool tweet a couple weeks back about gamers in Brazil who are earning more over Lightning playing games than they would, for their monthly salary, right? So you can be a gamer and actually earn a living doing it.
There's this concept of basically like neobanks or like new financial institutions that might resemble the current ones we have, but instead of connecting to each other with these kind of like SWIFT payment networks or banking system payment networks that are ultimately controlled by whoever the most powerful government in the region is, they're going to run on Lightning. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on how you see this unfolding. We're starting to see it happen now, right? Like there's companies like Twitter that are now allowing users, fully controlled, like, if you have a Strike account in Twitter, it's KYC, it's KYC'd, it's paired with your identity, it's custodial, you don't actually control it, but anyone in the world can connect to you via this open monetary network. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on where you see this going, like in terms of maybe the institutionalization of Lightning, or is that maybe the wrong term, or
Well, I think key to this technology is, as mentioned, it's open, it's interoperable, and anybody can build upon it. And we heard earlier, this can be used for good, but also we can't stop people from using it that we don't want to use it. But at the end of the day, I believe, the good far outweighs the bad, and the number of passionate community members and developers that really believe in this future has been incredible. By the way, there was a really cool campaign called Bitcoin Smiles, if people have heard about it, in El Salvador, where funds were raised over, on-chain Bitcoin and Lightning, and the majority of the transactions coming over Lightning, to provide dental care for community members in El Salvador that couldn't afford it otherwise, which I thought, these are Bitcoiners that just did this as a project because they care and because they want to help the local communities. And to me, operating through the traditional system, that campaign would not have been possible in the way that they did it for Bitcoin Smiles. But to get to your question around institutions, so right now we have a lot of startups building on Bitcoin and building on the Lightning Network, hundreds of folks, 600 or more open source projects that people are building. We have like 6,000 developers in a Slack community as well. Those are the first movers, but we're seeing the larger incumbents take note. And this is often the case when it comes to new technology. Bernard Bitnob spun up Lightning in a matter of weeks. We were just like, whoa, we're really impressed by these teams, but we're seeing larger people take note. And at the end of the day, because this is open and interoperable, everyone will want to talk to each other. So I do envision that you'll have a variety of these new financial institutions, neobanks, operating over Lightning because it will make so much sense. You also have the use case of fiat to Lightning to fiat. So we heard about Paxful earlier. They just integrated Lightning to their 7 million users, which is incredible. And then we also have, is our mic still working?
No.
All right, no worries. All right, I'm back. Woo. So Paxful just integrated Lightning to their 7 million users, and then we also heard about the application called Strike. And people are actually able to go from their local fiat currency through the Lightning Network to, say, send remittances home, maybe US dollars to Lightning to, say, Naira in Nigeria or something through these peer-to-peer payments. And Lightning and Bitcoin operate as what I call a protocol for value, the ability to send money but also do instant conversions in those cross-border use cases. And if I were both something like Visa, we saw examples of people paying at Starbucks in El Salvador using Lightning for 0.05 of a cent of a fee. I would be scared. And then also, cross-border payments, Western Union, we have people paying, for virtually no fees cross-border without physically having to go places. It's better for security, it's cheaper, it's faster, and it's providing a lot of these new opportunities.
Yeah, two just thoughts on that. Friends of ours in Nigeria built this thing called SendCash, and using Bitcoin, it means that anybody here with value in your phone can send money through the SendCash app, and then in minutes, like Naira, the local currency in Nigeria, gets deposited in that person's Nigerian bank account. Now, again, it's kind of like a halfway cypherpunk meets kind of the existing system, but it wouldn't be possible without Bitcoin. Like, it needs the open monetary network to make it work, and you do this without any fees. So anyone now can send money directly to anyone's bank account in Nigeria through this app with no fees. The average remittance or payment sent from abroad to Nigeria, costs something like 7 or 8%. Okay, so we're talking about potentially saving meaningful percentages of countries' GDP by migrating to a better, more innovative, and forward-looking financial system. So this is one of the reasons I think both of us are quite passionate about this. I also just wanted to throw out one other metaphor for the crowd that I thought helpful in my understanding of Lightning. You have your Wells Fargo account, right? Okay, fine. So the US government knows exactly how much money's going in, et cetera, but then you have an ATM, and you can withdraw it, and now all of a sudden it's not digital, but it's freedom money. Like, you can do whatever you want with it, and they don't really know what's going on. And around the world, in a lot of emerging market countries, the cash economy is actually quite important because it protects people from the dictatorship, essentially. So now we have this idea of doing this in digital form with Lightning. Like, you might have your Paxful account, which again the government might know everything about, but then you might just withdraw into Lightning, and then all of a sudden you're part of this open monetary network. So I love this idea.
By the way, but what happens when the currency in the cash economy is devalued or you know,
You were
certain
stuck.
bills are just taken out of circulation, or lots of money's being printed. So yeah.
Cash was always good as a privacy tool, but it never fixed the issue of debasement. I mean, you could always get debased. So now we have something that fights both, which is pretty great.
And one of the really interesting things that we're seeing in emerging markets is, a lot of people have access to smartphones. They may not, in El Salvador, 20 to 30% of the population has access to traditional financial systems, but a much larger proportion of the population has access to a smartphone.
2/3 use social media.
Exactly. So, we see this. We've had some really cool Twitter spaces. Some of the people in the room participated on, say, Bitcoin and Lightning in West Africa. And, hearing about the ability to really leapfrog over the existing system that has these incumbents that charge these super high fees, you have this rent seeking, and with access to a phone, and we're going to hear about this in the workshop, you now can participate in this open, permissionless monetary network that anybody can build upon that's interoperable, unlike our existing banking and financial system. If I'm a developer and I want to build on top of that, good luck. And it's not actually going to talk to other countries around the world.
So we're going to take a short break after our little chat here, and then we're going to come back and we're going to actually go into a workshop where we're going to teach all of you, whoever wants to learn. We're going to help you download a Lightning wallet on your phone, and we're going to help you send some money globally without permission from any government. It's going to be really fun. Before we do that, I just wanted you to give the opportunity to kind of give your pitch here to the audience. Like, again, these are policymakers, activists from different industries. A lot of them haven't thought much about Bitcoin, and even if they have, they maybe don't know what Lightning is. Like, how would you recommend they kind of start thinking about this and approaching this in the coming months and years?
So it's really incredible to speak to a group of human rights activists and people that care about these issues. As somebody that was motivated to work on this technology for its open global nature, democratization, and providing access to people globally around the world. I have a friend, a guy named George from Bitfury, and he tweeted a couple months back about how people that have experienced repression and governments taking their money away or seizing their funds understood Bitcoin inherently, right? And here in the US, that might not have been something that we have experienced as much, but there are so many people globally around the world that have, had accounts blocked, governments cracking down, activists unable to, receive funds, being surveilled. And the way that I think people should approach this is what the internet has done for aiding activism, for getting information out there online, for connecting people. Bitcoin and Lightning will do for access to financial services and the ability to build on top of this technology by making it more open, making it freer, and making it permissionless. And to me, there's a saying in the community, fix money, fix the world, and sure, there are many other problems in the world. But this is such a key part of enabling people to have greater freedom, to enable people to be activists, to clamp down on repressive governments. I believe we will see authoritarian regimes topple because of this technology. And I welcome that, I await it. And to me, Bitcoin and Lightning are going to be a key part of that and are going to bring greater freedom to the world.
Awesome. Thank you, Liv. Thank you. So we'll be back here at 4:30 to start the workshop. We would encourage you to do one thing, perhaps, to fast forward our ability to help you. If you don't have a Lightning wallet on your phone, again, this is going to be like a free open source app you can just get from the Apple or the Android App Store. We're gonna play with this wallet called the Moon Wallet, M-U-U-N. So to save time, if you could go ahead and download the Moon Wallet from the App Store. These are some QRs to help you out. When we come back at 4:30, we're gonna help you all. We're gonna send you some Bitcoin that a company called Fold has generously donated to us. So we're gonna send you some Satoshis, and we're gonna show you how you can use that to support and connect with people all around the world. So please come back at 4:30, and thanks again to our
let them know
speakers.
I'll be around to help them download
Yeah, and
it.
all of us will be here to help you all. We'll be hands-on once we come back.
Sweet, that was great. You'll see him.
We have about 90 minutes of programming for you, and then we will release you back. Well, not you don't have to be here for 90 minutes. So we have tight 90 minutes of programming, and then we will release you back into networking. But we'd really appreciate if you could pay attention. We are honored to have a few of the innovators in the Lightning space here to teach you how to use this new money and to send it around the world. Just as a quick preview of what's about to happen, we're going to have a half-hour interactive session here with friends, Paul and Ryan and Andre. They're going to tell you more about what they do, and then they're going to help you use the Lightning Network. In about half an hour, we're going to show a short video from a friend who couldn't make it from South Africa, who also designs Lightning. And then after that, we have a session on how to receive Bitcoin donations, which is so important for nonprofits and activists. So our friends Rockstar Dev and Patricia are going to talk to us about how to get that set up, and they're going to be on hand over the next 2 days to help you get this technology set up on your website so that you can receive Bitcoin donations from anywhere in the world, whether or not you are, connected to the banking system or not. And then we're going to end with my friend Matt, who is going to give a talk about how to spend your Bitcoin, because basically, a lot of people are going to enter into this world in the coming years where they're really only going to have Bitcoin, and they're going to have to spend it for goods and services. And it is a lot more spendable than you think. So Matt's, I think, really going to open your eyes a lot about how people in many countries around the world can essentially buy everything they need with Bitcoin through some interesting little life hacks. But without further ado, I will give it up to Paul and Ryan and Andre. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. You want to kick it off? So did everyone have, I'm Paul, by the way, co-founder of Sphinx Chat, also work on Stackwork. So we're going to try to make this as hands-on
Hi
as
everyone,
possible.
my name is Carla and I'm a software engineer at
I was trying to lip sync there. For a second. But yeah, so do we want to put these back up here? Okay. Everyone have these if they have a chance to. And then
Show hands if you downloaded the wallet.
If anyone needs to scan it, they
Oh,
can.
beautiful.
Okay.
Some
All right.
people.
Looks like everyone had a chance to.
Can we get the next slide, maybe?
Yeah, quicker. Okay.
Cool. So, do you want to intro?
Ryan, you do this part.
All right. So, Moon Wallet is a really user-friendly Lightning wallet. Developers are down in Argentina. They've been Lightning OGs, working on this since 2017, before this was even live mainnet technology. So here in the interface, if you open up the wallet, you can see very clearly there's a send and receive button like this. You're on the left. And once you click the receive button, if you click up on the top right, you'll pop up a QR code scanner. And so that QR code scanner, you'll be able to scan. Let me see if it's on this next screen. Boom.
There you go.
You'll get a QR code that if you scan it, you should be able to withdraw something like 2,100 sats, I believe, Alex?
Yes.
2,100. There's a method to the madness. That number's very important. As Bitcoiners, we're big into numerology.
I'll do it here in case you don't have a wallet. You can see it. Get the QR code. Scan it.
Grab the free Bitcoin, people.
It'll do 1 a second, so if everyone's hitting it.
I think. And sometimes you may need to hit retry. Let's see. Let's try him. I was thinking about it.
What's that? Oh, the transaction will do 1 a second. It's metered so that people on the internet can't take all the Bitcoin.
They're trying to get.
Sorry.
What you could do, pop open.
Did it work? Did it work? Keep opening Google.
Open up your wallet. Wallet, yeah.
Yeah.
I got it to work. It was a bit of a pain, but I got it to work last time. It's amazing. Yeah.
What works on that?
Just claim the sets.
Oh, yeah. It's like an LN URL, right?
Okay, I think we're getting about 50% making it through the Wi-Fi network here, so.
Oh, the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not ideal.
I think we should keep going. What do you think?
Yeah. Let's just wait for Ryan to come back.
When Ryan's all set, we'll move on to the next part of the presentations. But you guys can also send and receive to each other if you have some. So if you were one of the ones who made it through, you could actually contribute some to your neighbor.
Did show hands people that actually got the Bitcoin? Oh, nice. All right. Some people got the Bitcoin. Yeah. This slide over here.
Oh, that one.
Oh, yeah, I think it just went off.
That was a good move.
Thank you. Nice. All right.
All right. First step of the very fun live demo.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I hope everybody's excited.
Alex, tell people
Keeping
that
you on your toes
if
this
they're in the room and they
afternoon,
don't
waking
have
you
them,
up.
I can manually go up to people
Should
and
we
send
get, okay,
them
so
sats.
I'll do my section now.
Go for it.
So today we heard about, human rights activists and
One second. Also, Ben is going to come around. Just kind of keep your hand raised, or like if it didn't work, he's going to come and just give you the sats from his own phone. So just look for Ben if you want those sats.
Yeah.
He'll be coming over to get you during the session.
I'll,
Go ahead.
I'll
Andre.
be right over here, okay?
Cool. So my company is Zebedee. We build infrastructure for Lightning and Bitcoin for game developers to integrate this technology, right? And what I was saying earlier is we've been hearing about people using Bitcoin for all sorts of purposes from a human rights perspective. And that's amazing and that's noble, and I support that in every single way. But we come from a product development background, right? So we are taking that technology and using that in current industries, and how can we actually use that technology to introduce novel concepts, novel capabilities, and specifically what Zebedee, my company, does is we focus on the gaming industry. So the gaming industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry around the world, and every game has rewards, it has points, it has gems, it has V-Bucks, right? Everything is sort of these monies inside of the games. So we use Lightning and Bitcoin, and what does it actually let you do? Specifically, everyone likes to talk about play to earn, right? We were talking about earning Bitcoin through playing games. That's a very big point, but even bigger than that, I think the key concept that we like to mention is virtual economies, which are economies that are inherently virtual, whether it's a game, whether it's a conference, live event. Those economies are likely to be much bigger and are becoming much bigger than real economies. And why is that? It's because there are no geographical constraints. I can send money to someone in Japan that's playing the same game as me, but I couldn't do that with the dollar network, right? And so Bitcoin, specifically through Lightning, allows you to do instant worldwide payments with near zero fees. We're calling these like nano transactions because they're so extremely minute and very cheap. And it sort of allows you to improve on customer retention. It allows you to introduce novel concepts to gamers. And we focus on using Bitcoin for that. At Zebedee, we provide the tools for the gamers and the game developers. So if you're a developer and you want to integrate Bitcoin into your game, you can just hit us up and we can power your game with it. But also gamers that are entering to this new world, they don't know anything about Bitcoin, they don't know anything about Lightning. How do we just give them the tools to get the step ahead into this world? And so what does it actually mean to put Bitcoin into money? Put Bitcoin into games. Any and every interaction that happens inside of a game can now have value attached to it. We were just saying that you can send an email to everyone in the world, but you can't send value to anyone in the world. With Bitcoin, you can now do that. So whether it's beating the big boss and getting a reward, that can have actual value that you can extract out of the game. You can also bring value from outside of the game into the game. So there's streaming payments. We can go down this rabbit hole. And we have plenty of game developers of all sizes, whether it's indie game developers, one-person team, to very large gaming studios building upon our technology. And today, we just wanted to show you one example. This is Saratobi. It's a very simple game. If anyone would like to download it, it's right here. It's a free game, and you just download it. And the idea with this game is, if you've ever played Angry Birds, it's very similar. You just spin the little thing, and you get it. But there's a random aspect to it where we have actual Bitcoin coins in the game. So the same way you would pick up a random coin that is worth nothing, you could pick up actual Bitcoins in the game. And picking up those Bitcoins, you can actually click a button that says, let me withdraw to my wallet. And the wallet you guys just downloaded, Moon Wallet, will just receive that money. And all of a sudden, you are in control of the money that you just earned by playing a game for 10 minutes. So in one of our biggest user bases right now is Brazil. Brazil is actually the third country with the most online people in the world in terms of internet connectivity. And they've been playing not only this game, this is just an example, but there's plenty of other games. And it gets to a point where I think Stark was actually saying in her interview was people are actually earning so much Bitcoin through these games, and because of the volatility of Bitcoin, some people have earned Bitcoin from March of 2020 and 2021, and now at this point they have actually grown in value. We see people posting on Twitter that they paid their bills of the week because they played 5 hours of games and have earned enough to make that payment. So it's actually very interesting to see people's reaction to that. So if anyone would like to download, I'm sure people can help downloading this and playing it. It's really easy. It's just like Angry Birds. So let me know if you need some help, and I can be of help. And I think it would be great sort of experience to getting involved in the space. You just downloaded the wallet, get a game, and now you can see money flowing from a virtual world to yourself, right? From a game to your own, and then you can also use that anywhere else that Bitcoin and Lightning is available. Do you want to come in? Cool. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So I'll talk a little bit about, I just wanted to pause a little bit and talk about just kind of conceptually what's happening. So you installed this wallet on your phone, and now you literally are part of this open global financial system. And you notice you didn't have to enter an email address. You did not have to take a picture of your face. So it is truly open. But the question is, how do you get Bitcoin into this system? Because we all got some free stuff, but you're not going to get free stuff every day. So you can earn in gaming, but you can also actually earn with the company that I helped start, is Stackwork. And what we basically do is we get paid by companies in the US to help them with jobs that they can't get done in the United States. So a lot of companies need to train machine learning models. And so this takes millions of images that you need to draw boxes around the stop sign, label the cats, do all that stuff. All of that can be done on your phone. So I don't know if we can, do I play it with the video with this, or let's see. It is working. So this is someone doing a real job, and this is basically typing in the name of the product, and then you see right up top they earn 27 sats, and then they can actually pay to their wallet. Takes microseconds. So we don't know who the workers are. They don't know who the employers are. We're just a marketplace to move work from the United States, basically, to any country in the world where people have a mobile phone and free time. And now they have Satoshis. Then they can go blow it on the games. So that's how you get Bitcoin into the system. And it's an interesting thing, especially from an activist standpoint. Because of the way that Lightning is structured, this person actually has Bitcoin without ever having done a Bitcoin on-chain transaction, which is very traceable in public. So keep in mind that what happens on Lightning stays in Lightning. So getting Bitcoin in and getting Bitcoin out is traceable. Well, it's published on the public chain, but what's happening between these nodes never ends up being written to the chain. That's why we can do these gaming transactions all day long, billions of these things, without ever having to record it. We're not bloating the Bitcoin chain with all this stuff. So if you can do all these things on top of Bitcoin and on top of Lightning, what we also came up with is, well, these days, what you just did when you sent that Bitcoin around, you sent a string of letters and numbers. So money for the first time is letters and numbers. Letters and numbers is speech. Money is speech. Speech is money. So we built a communication system that it runs on the Lightning network itself. So WhatsApp, Signal, everything's great. It has end-to-end encryption, right? We talked about people, 95% of the people using encryption nowadays is great. But all of that goes through a central server. So there's a honeypot and there's metadata. So this is the first time that I'm aware of where you can actually send money and speech over a decentralized network that's secured by Bitcoin. I took this screenshot and someone pointed out, wait, you got OnlyFans up there, OnlySats. So these are actually tribes. So talking to people is fun, but also assembling together into groups is fun. So people are creating these things. They're kind of like Reddit on Sphinx. And this is an individual tribe inside of a tribe. I think Matt Odell's here. Marty and Matt were some great supporters early on and really understood the value of this. When I listen to their podcast, I stream them 100 sats a minute because I love the content. This is the value for value model that the podcasting 2.0 guys came up with. And we just put it in the software and made it work. You can try Breeze Wallet, Fountain. There's tons of apps now coming out that do similar things. So the whole thing is freedom of speech. We're about human rights here. So freedom of speech, this is freedom of assembly, but it's also freedom to earn. That's kind of a critical right that no matter where you're born, if you're turning your time into value, people shouldn't be able to take your value or they effectively stole your time, and that's enslavement. So let's make sure that we have the right to turn our time into the store of value that we prefer. That's the whole bottom line. And so we're also coming out with this, we can really do a demo because we're just doing fixed slides, but we also are about to launch a people directory. It's very similar to Twitter. You can actually follow people and find people on Sphinx. So feel free to reach out if you have ideas to chat about. I'll be around for the whole conference. Thanks.
So I think what's really important about these two presentations you just saw is Lightning is bidirectional, right? And so you were, like Paul said, you were able to, the great folks at HRF donated 2,100 sats to each of you. No permission required, no asking, no emails, no personal identification, no information. Through Andre, he showed you, games built on his company software where anybody around the world with a smartphone can permissionlessly earn Bitcoin by trading their time and playing these games. Paul did the same thing, both with messaging, with podcasting, with producing content creation, right? Again, anybody with an internet connection and some form of a smartphone, doesn't have to be an iPhone, could be like an older Android phone, permissionless earning, right? Ability to do work and be paid in real money, Bitcoin, of course. And so what I think is really cool is, so much of what people talk about with, and Elizabeth said this earlier, so much what people talk about with Bitcoin is, well, why would anybody want to spend it, right? And I think focusing on earning, especially for people in the West, is really important because, you can't earn 1,000 sats or 10 sats, which is, a tenth of a penny or something like that. You just can't do that over traditional rails. But there are people around the world where that amount of money makes a big difference. So for the kind of like final piece of this, we picked two developers, Pedro and Umar, who are open source Bitcoin developers, who are in different parts of the world. We thought it would be cool now that you've earned some sats to experience sending them. So if you scan these QR codes, and you can pick which one, you can, you'll open up to a BTC Pay server screen, which Rockstar and then the folks will give you kind of a demo of how to do this for yourself. And you'll be able to donate across state lines, across country lines, something as small as a penny, if you'd like. And real quick, as people are still scanning, the interface, what you want to do, you're going to pop up to something like this. You want to make sure that this part says Lightning. So you can select an amount and just say this pay with button says Lightning up there. And you'll be able to send funds to an individual in Latin America or an individual in Eastern Europe without asking permission, right? And I think that's just really cool.
Hello.
So we'll come around and help out on this one to make sure that you get the full end-to-end experience.
Right. Just to touch on one point, I think a crucial piece to this is it's all the same network, right? It's all interoperable. It's all Bitcoin. It doesn't matter if it's layer 1, layer 2. It's essentially, did it just die again? No. It's essentially the same network regardless of what country, what time zone, what region. It honestly doesn't matter. What is interesting is we don't actually know Pedro. We don't know Umar. I actually have never met them in my life. I have supported them and many other developers with hundreds of dollars at this point for their work that they're doing. And so through the work that BTC Pay Server does, it's very, very easy for someone to accept donations, and that's something that we're going to be talking about later on today. And it's we're all very into the industry, so it may not seem as revolutionary to us when we say it, but to outsiders, when we present this technology, especially to someone who's not involved in this at all, gamers who are just inherently more digital and inherently more, focused on the digital aspects of their life. This it clicks immediately. People understand it. They realize that it's money for the internet. It's effectively what that is. And so if we can walk around and help you guys do this, if you would like to keep your sats, you can also keep your Bitcoin. That is also fine too. But if you'd like to see the full end-to-end experience and sort of sending that money back to folks supporting the network, this would be it.
One thing just to extra re-emphasize, these QR codes you want to scan with just a normal QR code reader, not within the mobile app itself, not within MoonWallet. So scan this with a normal QR code reader. You go to the web page, you'll select an amount, and then you'll find this screen where you'll be able to make a donation.
Do you want to go back once?
Yeah. It's use your phone camera.
Yeah, you're going to want to use your phone camera here.
That's what Ben is doing.
Yeah, there are a lot of QR codes in Lightning.
I know.
Yeah.
But I think one point here that I loved what Alex said earlier, right? Like in 99, nobody was using encryption. In 2009, everybody was using encryption, right? This network is 3 years old. In 10 years, there will be no QR codes, right? we want to do away with them, but for now, QR codes are necessary. All right, who needs help?
Yeah, do you have questions? We can go around and, oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
But my question, it was mentioned earlier about keys. When we downloaded Moon, there was no seed phrase to save or anything, so like, sorry. If I, how do I recover my account? That's the first question. And then if you could talk about getting Bitcoin onto Lightning and off Lightning.
Sure. Do you want to tackle the Moon question?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to their, so in Moon Wallet, it's a very good question. And one of the reasons why it is so slick in a recommended UX is because they abstract all of the keys and the signing and the seed phrase and everything away from you so that you can just jump right in and send and receive payments. If you click down here, this bottom button in security, they have kind of like all the information that you would need to recover. Like Moon Wallet is a fully non-custodial, self-custodied wallet. Nobody can take your funds away from you. They are yours as long as you keep your private key safe. And so all that extra information you can find in the security panel, which is a very good question.
Yeah, and just to touch on, each wallet does something different, and there are essentially trade-offs, right? So Moon Wallet is effectively trying to provide a much more friendly UX, a product looking that someone that has never interfaced with this world can just get in and get started without giving up full control of custody of funds and keys and so forth. Other wallets do something different. And there's trade-offs to that. Moon Wallet is a great example to onboard folks because it is very simple and you still maintain custody of the funds. The second question was around moving money in and out of Lightning, right, in Bitcoin. I don't know that we want to get super technical.
How much time do you
Yeah.
have? Alex said we had 90 minutes earlier, so I can talk to you about Lightning Loop if you want. Yeah. So like I do business development for Lightning Labs, and Lightning Labs, one of our flagship products is a service called Loop, which is an on and off ramp in between the Lightning Network. So you send us Bitcoin on chain, we will return to you Bitcoin on layer 2, and vice versa, right? And so that's it's called a submarine swap, which is like a well-known smart contract in Bitcoin. It's been around for several years, and so that's Moon Wallet does a similar sort of swapping function as well, where you're able to receive over Lightning into your own self-custody without having had a channel to begin with.
And just to make it clear, as a node operator, if you're running a Lightning node, you yourself can deploy the Bitcoin into Lightning. This is what's called opening a channel, right? So you can have Bitcoin and you say, hey, I'm going to open a channel to the network to someone that is already connected to the network, and I'm going to put 1 Bitcoin into that channel. All of a sudden now I can spend 1 Bitcoin in the Lightning space. So if you have Bitcoin on chain, you have full control of essentially putting that in and out. I guess the goal, the ultimate goal, would be to eventually abstract these complexities from users. The end user doesn't need to know how the underlying TCP/IP protocol works when you're going to google.com, right? And so when you're seeing these, are the funds in Lightning, are they in Bitcoin? You know, hopefully and eventually we'll get to a point where the user doesn't need to know the intricacies of the underlying protocol, and you can just use it as a money protocol that you can just send and receive. Yeah.
Another question over here.
I didn't have a question. I sort of just wanted to. I didn't have an exact question. I just wanted to encourage everyone that downloaded the Moon wallet to change the units from Bitcoin to Satoshis, because you're instantly going to feel richer. Thank you.
Excellent advice.
So yesterday, the dissident was shown outside, and one of the things that happened to Mr. Khashoggi was that his cell phone seemed to have been targeted by Pegasus. If someone's phone has been infected with Pegasus, are those transactions still surveilled, or are those private when you're using these types of applications?
Well, this is a tough one.
That's a good. Yeah, that's a very tough question.
It depends on the level of information that the software is providing and collecting. In short, if someone has the keys to your house, they can get into the house, right? And they can get things in the house. So if they're already inside of your phone and they have access to all the other apps, then maybe there's a bigger problem here that isn't necessarily you securing your keys. It's just your security efforts on other things. If you are holding your own keys and they are what is known as, like, I guess, an air gap device, they are offline. Your private keys are offline. No one can see it. Your phone being hacked or stolen won't matter, right? Because you need the keys in order to spend that money. But I imagine in a scenario where someone is using something like Moon, maybe, and Pegasus actually gets all of that information, I'm sure that is a possibility. But it depends on the case. Yeah, I don't know.
Privacy is very hard.
Yes.
The question was, how can you tell if your phone has been infected with Pegasus?
You usually don't.
That's actually happening downstairs right now, if you wanted to know about that.
There you go.
You're in the wrong room, sorry.
Wrong room. So we'll take one more question, and then we're going to watch a video from another friend of ours who couldn't make it.
Yeah, go for it.
So today, some of the most widely used social media apps actually went down. When will we see those being replaced by apps on the Lightning Network?
Sooner than we all think.
Awesome.
Yeah. No,
Working on it.
Yeah, Paul's working on it actively. It's step by step. I think, like we said, the network is 3 years old, Lightning, and I think we're already at a point where, like at Zebedee, we have gamers from all over the world earning sats and playing and making hundreds of thousands, millions of transactions on a monthly basis. This is only going to grow, and as that continues, we saw Twitter adopting a Lightning feature. More and more of these large platforms will eventually adopt the technology, and I think it's a no-brainer.
And if I could just say one thing, to date myself, I was learning to make web pages in 93, 94, and I used to tell people, you don't understand, you're teleporting words around the world from computer to computer. This page you're looking at on the screen is not on this computer, it's on a computer in Norway. And this is important. Well, Lightning is that with money and value. So this is going to eclipse anything we've seen, and you're here for the early days. I just hope you log this in your head going, I should pay attention to this.
Yeah.
This is really big. Lots is going to happen. Lots doesn't work, as we all saw today, but trust me, this is something to pay attention to.
Just to close it out, the creators, DARPANET was the early version of the internet. They definitely didn't conceive that we would be streaming 8K video games around the world when playing online, okay? Like, that was not the plan when they created the internet. But 20 years from now, this is where we're at. Right now, we're talking about earning Bitcoin with games. I think we're all extremely excited for the new builders of tomorrow, which are going to come up with some insane ideas that you didn't even think about that was possible, and that will be the future in 10, 20 years. So, think about what that means on the beginnings of the internet and what it means now.
Awesome.
Thanks,
well,
everybody. Thanks.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
So we're going to now have a short video from our friend Carla Kirk-Cohen, who also works on Lightning. And she's in South Africa, and she couldn't make it due to the visa regime at the moment. I think it would have worked like next month, but that's what I mean, the US visa regime. I'm corrected. Either way, we hope she'll be joining us at the next one, but she made this awesome video for you to learn a little bit more about what makes the Lightning Network tick.
Hi everyone, my name is Carla and I'm a software engineer at Lightning Labs. Today I'm going to give you a technical overview of the role of the Lightning Network in enhancing financial freedom. If we're going to talk about Lightning, we need to start off by talking about Bitcoin and why it is the right choice for promoting financial freedoms across the globe. In this industry, there are lots of coins that make lots of claims about their ability to scale and their flashy feature sets. While these coins may seem the same as Bitcoin on the surface, mimicking its properties of fixed supply caps and claiming similar levels of decentralization, in practice they are very different. One of the things that sets Bitcoin apart is its ethos of conservative development. This may seem counterintuitive in a field that is considered to be cutting edge, but in reality, development of Bitcoin software moves very slowly. The Bitcoin developer community is also focused on ensuring that changes to Bitcoin software are backwards compatible, or soft forks. This means that somebody who is running an older version of the software does not need to upgrade to still be able to use it. Maintaining backwards compatibility is an important component of accessibility because we do not want to require users to have the resources or the technical know-how to upgrade just to be able to use this technology. The community also strongly values getting social consensus on major changes to the protocol. Getting a large group of opinionated strangers on the internet to agree with one another is not an easy task, yet it is necessary to ensure that the network upgrades without disruption. These characteristics are important when you're dealing with money. If we're going to ask some of the more vulnerable people on the planet to trust this technology, we need to be assured that their funds are protected. If you self-custody your coins in Bitcoin today, you can be confident that in 10 years' time, those coins will be safe and you will be able to access them in the same way as today. Another strongly held value in Bitcoin development is the prioritization of decentralization. When developers make changes to the protocol, they are mindful of the bandwidth, storage, and computational resources that this change will require. By keeping the resources required to access the network low, Bitcoin encourages running of decentralized validating nodes, which strengthen the network and ensure that it will remain accessible to lower income individuals. The importance of decentralization is clear when we look at Bitcoin's history of defending against interest group. In 2017, a small group of individuals who ran profitable Bitcoin companies decided to support a change to the protocol which would double the block size in order to improve transaction throughput. This would double the bandwidth and storage requirements to run a Bitcoin node, which in turn would increase the barrier to entry for the network, potentially compromising its degree of decentralization. The Bitcoin community rallied against this change, and this interest group was forced to back down. Bitcoin is a system of code rules, not rulers. There is no single interest group or individual who can change these rules or who can be pressured into doing so. And if we need this technology for what it's truly built for, which is to stand up to some of the most powerful governments on this planet, only Bitcoin and its ethos of decentralization will do. Bitcoin's decentralized censorship-resistant properties make it a good fit for providing financial access to millions who are excluded by our current system. However, the Bitcoin blockchain on its own cannot scale to this level of adoption. The first reason why is that Bitcoin has a limit on the number of transactions it processes at a time. Bitcoin commits to transactions in the global ledger in entities called blocks, which are limited to 1 megabyte of transactions at a time. Since these blocks are of limited size, transactions bid for space within a block by paying fees, and the highest fee transactions are most likely to be included in the next block. This process forms a fee market for Bitcoin where transactions bid more to be included. During periods of high usage, this market is very competitive, and transactions can pay upwards of $80 to get into the next block. Further, these blocks arrive on average every 10 minutes, which means that if you want to transact on the Bitcoin base layer, you'll need to wait up to 10 minutes for your transaction to be added to the global ledger, which is not ideal for day-to-day transactions. I'd like to emphasize that both of these limitations are intentionally in place with the aim of keeping the Bitcoin blockchain decentralized. If we increase the size of the blocks, these larger chunks of data would take longer to propagate around the globe and require more computational resources to be validated. Likewise, if we sped up the rate at which these blocks are produced, devices would need more processing power to validate the blocks and keep up with the latest block in the chain. Instead of bloating the resources required to run a node and compromising the decentralization of the network, the Bitcoin community has chosen to scale in layers, which is a very common software engineering best practice. The Lightning Network is a layer 2 solution to scaling Bitcoin, which sits above the Bitcoin base chain, or layer 1. Bitcoin's layer 1 has no knowledge of the existence of the Lightning Network, while the Lightning Network is aware of the underlying base chain and may rely on it for security. The Lightning Network achieves scale using a construct called a Lightning Channel, which is simply a pot of money that two parties can use to transact with. A Lightning Channel is established on layer 1 by signing a transaction that commits funds to collaborative control and broadcasting that transaction as you would any other Bitcoin transaction. Say Alice and Bob wanted to create a Lightning Channel. They would do so by signing a 2 of 2 multisig, meaning that only the two of them can spend those funds together. If Alice contributes 1 Bitcoin and Bob none, the transaction will send 1 Bitcoin into their collaborative control and be confirmed on the base chain. They then reflect their current balance, which is the 1 Bitcoin owed to Alice and the 0 owed to Bob, by signing a transaction that spends from the one they have just broadcast on-chain, paying each out their respective balance. This spending transaction is not immediately broadcast to the Bitcoin network, but rather held by each party on layer 2. Since these transactions are simple Bitcoin transactions and make no use of other tokens, they know that they can broadcast them at any time to layer 1 to reclaim their funds. To transact on Lightning, all Alice and Bob need to do is update the spending transaction. The Lightning Network uses an update mechanism that ensures that only the later state can be broadcast, so both parties are safe to continue to hold the new transaction off-chain without having to trust their counterparty. In our example, say Alice wants to send 0.2 Bitcoin to Bob. They can just update their spending transaction to reflect that Alice now only has 0.8 Bitcoin and Bob has 0.2. This spending transaction can be updated near endlessly, with both parties choosing to continue to hold it off-chain on layer 2. If Alice or Bob decide that they would like to exit the Lightning Network, either party can do so by simply broadcasting their spending transaction on layer 1. This spending transaction will be confirmed on layer 1, spending from their original transaction and paying out each party the balance that they are due. The Lightning Network can achieve great scale by keeping these spending transactions on layer 2 and not broadcasting them, allowing parties to transact many times without having to pay new on-chain fees per transaction. Once the original transaction is established on-chain, the updated spending transactions can also be updated any times, which means that you can transact on Lightning instantly without needing to wait for new blocks to come in. Further, parties only need to pay the on-chain fees for their opening transaction on layer 1 and for their closing transaction when they choose to settle out on layer 1. Sometimes Lightning channels remain open for years, so these fees can be aggregated across thousands of Lightning channels, making it much cheaper to transact than the base chain. The Lightning Network consists of thousands of these channels established between parties across the globe without trust. It further achieves the scale I've covered in the two-party case by allowing any individuals on the network to send payments through a path of channels in exchange for a small fee to reach other participants on the network with no need for an expensive on-chain transaction. Thank you for listening and for your interest in using this technology to promote financial freedoms. If you are interested in learning more about the technical side of things, please head over to docs.lightning.engineering for more information.
Well, we thank Carla for her contribution. And can we move to the next slide, please? I'd like to welcome Rockstar Dev and Patricia up for the BTC Pay session, How to Accept Bitcoin Donations. Rockstar Dev and Patricia are both contributors to the BTC Pay ecosystem, and I'm excited to welcome them and let you hang out for half an hour with them. Here you go.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Mask check, mask check, mask check. Okay, they can hear me.
So I'd just like to take a second before we get started, whether you're standing or sitting, to have a few deep breaths with me and just appreciate this space and that we have so many amazing Bitcoiners here. This is such a treat, and I'm just very grateful to learn from everyone here. And I hope we can all have some great conversation. So just want to close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and We'll kick it off. All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, so we have a breakthrough because my mom just said she was downloading a wallet after that. And she, yes, she's watching the live stream, so I want to give a shout out to everyone who's working really hard to document this. At least one mom out there is watching. So how to accept Bitcoin donations and income. Has anybody here used BTC Pay before? Raise a hand. Quite a few, yes, okay, awesome. So there are so many use cases. We're gonna go over just a few. We're gonna have a focus on human rights and what we can do for activists while we're here. Rockstar is gonna handle our slides, and we hope we can help you out. So peer-to-peer fundraising. For us, I think, at least what attracts me to this project is it's approachable. I think BTC Pay is one of the most interesting projects because I don't feel judged. I feel like I can trust my peers. They're super transparent, and we hope that fundraising models will take this sort of like pivot, where you don't have to wonder if your money is going to a nonprofit. You can see it. All the transactions should be able to be viewed, and we hope we can show you a couple that we've done as well. So, slide. So, why is Bitcoin relevant for human rights? I loved your question earlier. I'm sure you could be telling us why Bitcoin is relevant for human rights. We don't even need to tell you. But there's so many amazing projects. Rockstar looks like he's about to say something, so I'm going to give him a second.
No, I'm just enjoying the presentation so far, being the clicker.
He's the clicker. But I think it comes down to the core principles, maybe from the white paper around privacy, freedom, security, and giving people options outside of traditional systems. So we hope that this will open up more doors in the future. But for now, Bitcoin's not perfect. We know it's not. We're doing the best we can. We think it's the freest form of money we have available. And we hope we can create opportunities for other people to transact with it.
Yeah, and this was my slide, but unfortunately, we can only do slides. We can't do live demos, so.
Okay, in all honesty, we thought we'd be able to do a live demo here. Things got different, but we're still gonna rock with it. We're gonna do a short presentation. We're gonna hack in the back later. So it'll be a bit different, super hands-on. We wanna get as many people set up as possible during the next couple days. So do not be shy. We have this awesome hardware from DG Lab. We're also gonna be setting up Luna nodes. So we'll get you guys taken care of here. Anything you wanna add to that?
No, anyone that wants BTC-based servers set up, this is why we're here. I mean, Gladstein got us here to talk with activists and make sure that you repeat the success of previous fundraisers that, I mean, we didn't always set up technology for other activists to accept donations, but yeah, we participated in a few, and Patricia will be talking about that in some future slides. I mean, on my end, I'm just sad, you know. You get Rockstar Dev, he can't hack. He just needs to talk and, you know, click slides.
But how good does he look in this blazer? Let's go. Okay, how to host your BTC Pay server instance. That's what we were gonna show you. Takes, what, about 5 minutes to kind of load up?
Well, we have several different models. The easiest model that we recommend and wanted to show here is a launcher with Luna node that we recommend most people use because it's just 5 minutes. And if there are activists in the crowd that want, you know, BTC-based server setup, I actually have 5 instances, 5 accounts ready to go. You know, I've doxed myself, so you don't need to dox yourself. So, you know, just find us after the talk and we can do it. The second model is using someone else's instance. So if you only want to do on-chain transactions, you can just use someone else's instance, and there are a number of third-party hosts that actually support that. There are some third-party hosts that will even, you know, custody Lightning for you. So if you want to receive Lightning payments, they can do that. Third model is the model where you would use standard cloud hosting providers. So, you know, Azure, GCP, AWS, all of that fourth is something like this, when you have a device like Hack Zero.
We'll open it up for you later.
Yeah.
For those who are curious, what's in this little box?
And fifth,
Little set of hardware.
yeah, and fifth would be the hardest one, but it's basically when you assemble the hardware, but you have the most control over that one. So all the different models of how you can host your BTC Pay server instance. And if you're curious about any specific method of deployment, we have great docs, we have great videos, and you can use those to get set up.
BTCPayServer.org.
Yes.
And we'll also, speaking of community and support, we really want this to work. This is not my livelihood. We do this because we really care. Like we think this should exist in the world. And there are people from tons of different time zones, not primarily US, I haven't found. Most people are actually elsewhere. So if you go to our chat.btcpayserver.org, and you ask any question, probably within 24 hours, someone will respond, most likely sooner. And we also welcome you to come join the community. If you want to contribute, it is open. Everybody is invited. It's a party. We do have the best parties. And I think it's just awesome to have each other's back in this regard. I think that's what Bitcoin's all about, peer-to-peer. Yeah.
Yep.
You want to talk about businesses?
No, you
so
got this slide in.
Rockstar included this link. I do think it's important to highlight some businesses that are using BTC Pay Server right now and how effective it's been for them. So if you want to chat about a few that we were talking about earlier.
Well, if you go to this URL, directory.btcpayserver.org, you will find a number of businesses that are using BTC Pay Server to accept payments and run a business. If you set up BTC Pay Server for your own business, you can get added to this directory. There is easy process so that you can benefit from additional customers and exposure.
Always free.
Yes, always free. Open source.
Open source, baby.
Yes.
So here's a couple of projects. This is a 4-year-old project here. BTC Pay is 4 years old. So more or less, Rockstar's giving me a little nod here.
No, I was trying to figure out, BTC Pay Server or this fundraising?
BTC Pay Server is 4 years old, and we've done, I'd say, 3 major projects that we've supported, but others have hopped in too and used it for their own human rights goals and activist campaigns. So if you want to talk about the first one, Rockstar.
Well, I do actually,
yes,
especially
I'm
now.
so glad.
No,
I'm
actually,
so glad you do.
Look at Elizabeth there. She was the one that actually
Shout
got
out to
this
Elizabeth.
one started. Yeah, we're all hot on it. Look at Elizabeth. You
Come
remember
on up,
our
Elizabeth.
DMs?
We had a crazy thread going on at like 4 a.m. in the middle of the night. And then, anyway, different people across all the world, different time zones. That's what it's about, though, right? You make it work.
Yeah, we came together and we won. So that one was fantastic. And then follow-up after that one was...
People don't know why or what happened here.
What do you mean?
Why was this important to do?
Oh,
no,
I want you. Yeah.
We can keep it light.
Let's go. Elizabeth, come.
Elizabeth's getting into the drama. Let's do it.
Bitcoiners
Let's go.
love drama. Very quickly, there is a taco-loving space cat who goes by the name of Hodlonaut on the internet. Folks may be familiar. Literally, welcome to Bitcoin world. He started something called the Lightning Torch that became this movement, meme across the community to send lightning payments around the world. It hit dozens upon dozens of countries. But lo and behold, he also made a statement on the internet where he believed that a particular individual, and expressed his opinion, is a fraud, which is shared by many other members of the community. In fact, this individual claims that they are Satoshi Nakamoto. Indeed. So, and we are all Satoshi except for this individual. So he made the statement on the internet, and then this individual, it was an opinion, we're all free to express opinions, decided to sue Hodlonaut, and we as a community came together and did this incredible campaign. We are all Hodlonaut, used BTC Pay Server, had late night chats amongst various community members. Shout out to Rockstar, Bitcoin Meme Hub, who made this really cool meme. John Carvalho, folks know him, who put together all the merch. These are all Twitter avatars of the community members that participated in the Lightning Torch, and it became a movement to help out our friend, who I believe it's still in process, but ultimately can and should prevail against this highly frivolous
He's winning.
lawsuit against him.
He's winning, yeah. There we go.
A community hero.
Yes, this could be you, definitely. And then after that, what happened is we raised some funds for Tor project as well. Everyone knows about Tor. No, Elizabeth, you should stay. We should. I'm actually thinking, but because this is how BTC Pay Server happens. This is what I love the most about BTC Pay Server is that it's just this project that brings people together, and for me, it's really case study of how to do really like free open source project. And bring people together.
By the way, at the time, there was a great tweet thread by a community member, I think American Hodl, where it was like, there's an internet space cat who's getting sued by a fake Satoshi on the internet. And, you know, I have to go and figure out what's going on. So many of us, those were fun times in the community.
No, I was just going into all the merge that John did. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
We want to mention that or no?
Yeah, I mentioned John. I mean, there were like, I think it was like shower curtains, and there was a whole movement of like, pillows, you know, posters. There were artists that created Holo Not art, and it really became a community endeavor and movement, which is incredible.
And from there are more fundraising. So Patricia, maybe you talk about this one because
maybe we bring Alex up. Is he here? If Alex is around, this is his tweet. Maybe you guys saw this. In fact, maybe you were here this morning and saw this awesome talk. There are massive protests in Nigeria against police brutality. SARS must end. Organizers like Feminist Coalition are crowdfunding for gas, masks, legal aid, etc., but their bank accounts are being frozen. Thankfully, you can donate Bitcoin via BTC Pay Server. So there's a link right there, and I think they spun it up pretty quickly and were able to get resources pretty quickly. If Alex wants to talk on this, he's more than welcome to join. Or if anybody else who was involved is here, like please come up. But it's things like this that make me feel really inspired by Bitcoiners and how creative we can be. The asset is wonderful, but it's things like this where in a matter of hours and days, you can really change your community. It doesn't take much. We will help you. Show up in the chat. We got you. I'm waiting for you to come, okay? Okay, I'm gonna hold you accountable. Okay, so and then the next one, you wanna talk about this one, Rockstar? Hong Kong Free Press?
No, keep going.
Great, I'm just gonna keep on talking. Hong Kong Free Press, if you don't know about them, they do amazing work. Says not-for-profit run by journalists, completely independent. So they use BTC Pay. It was actually pretty seamless. I did a donation through them. Actually felt a lot like donating to HRF because they also use BTC Pay Server. Within a matter of, I don't know, a few minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, you can have sats sent over to them. Maybe it'll take some time, depending on if you do Lightning on chain, but it's just really beautiful to see this happen. And I feel so lucky that we can do this for people, and they can do it for themselves. We're just there to support them if things break, which inevitably they will. So we can do the next slide. This is a current campaign that we have that actually Elizabeth gave a shout out to. My mom texted me, she's like, that woman just talked about, she just talked about Bitcoin Smiles, which I've been, yes, I mean, I feel like we're on the same page. So Bitcoin Smiles, if you don't know, outside of the government, there's very polarizing topics around human rights to talk about in El Salvador right now with Bitcoin, but we want to focus on the positive. Enrique just started showing up on our spaces. He's a dentist in El Zante. He's awesome. And he wanted to work with Bitcoin. He wanted to accept Bitcoin, and he wanted others to be able to do it in his community as well. So he shared with us that sometimes he'll walk hours to get to some of his patients who are older. And they might walk hours too, because they don't have the means to have a car or come get care. He was accepting like chickens from people for a while to do dental care, or people just straight up didn't have money. It was really fascinating. The first person that he told us, I would love if he could be here to tell the story, but the first person who introduced him to accepting Bitcoin was, I believe, like a construction worker. So very blue-collar people were using Bitcoin, which I love. And so we raised, I think it's almost 844 Bitcoiners donated to this. So altogether, we're getting closer to 2 Bitcoin. So we're around 1.8 right now. And the goal for him is 50 elderly people in the community, including Adrian, which Bitcoin Magazine did a really great piece on, are getting dentures. This is some absolute life-changing care for them. they can finally chew food, which sounds so simple, but it's really amazing that Bitcoiners can test Lightning, and it feels meaningful. It feels like if Bitcoin went to zero tomorrow, I would still feel amazing knowing that Bitcoiners have great hearts and can make this happen. And you can too. Again, this could be you. Coming up, so I don't know if you want to talk about Lightning improvements, Rockstar, but we have some awesome things in BTC Pay server coming up. Lightning improvements. I'm going to be working on a design guide for a merchant section, all open source, for designers, individuals, and businesses. Do you want to give a little teaser on anything, Rockstar?
Well, when it comes to Lightning improvements, I guess the main thing is that we will keep up with all the new releases that L&D is pushing out, and then there is Greenfield API that will expose all that functionality, but through BTC Pay Server API, and because we support all the different Lightning implementations, L&D, C Lightning, and so on, we will have a unified API through which you can interact with whatever the node is that's running beneath, like Lightning implementation. Other than that, no. I already see people yawning, so I'll not boring
so
technical
calm.
stuff.
They're so calm.
No, we are coming to Q&A. So, but acknowledgements.
Acknowledgements. I want to give a shout out to DG Lab. They help support the project, but they also were able to send us some hardware for today. Luna Node also via Rockstar gave some extra steps recently too to be very private. Rockstar was saying we don't want to list phone numbers, no names. So he really went all out. If you're getting hooked up with a Luna Node today from BTC Pay, you're going to be very secure. No one will know your information.
No, I can't believe you're using that as an example of how much I support privacy, and here I am
Stop.
sitting with a mask. And,
Stop. Okay, so what we're saying
no,
is
Luna
Bitcoin
Node.
companies are awesome, and if you email them, they will actually email you back and support privacy. They are great. HRF, thank you for having us, our foundation supporters, and our community, you guys, who makes it great, makes these things fun.
Yeah.
Next slide. Now we're going to hack for the next little bit, and until we get told not to. We want you guys to get set up, so we're going to burn through this old MacBook Pro and get you guys started.
No, definitely, because Gladstein, oh, there he is. He's just going back and forth. But the reason why we are all here.
Bring him in. Bring him in.
No, he needs to go. He's
Bring him
so
in.
many obligations. I see many Bitcoiners here, and I don't like that. Like, we always talk about, with each other about Bitcoin. Like, I want new people in the room. Like, they're the ones, activists. Yes, let's go.
That's what makes it better.
Don't let these obnoxious Bitcoiners, like, bore you with their talks, like, and stuff. It's like, let's make use of this technology, especially as this separation of money and state is coming up. So
yes. Peer to peer. Let's have each other's backs.
Yes. I'm
telling you. And I guess to wrap it up, do you want to do the next one? Let's talk.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any quick questions before we get into setting you up? Anybody real quick? We'll do about 5 minutes. Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you. My name's Jeremy. One of the things I've done is I've set up a nonprofit based in Lebanon. It's like 6 or 7 years old now, and the country's going through a financial collapse. The banks are insolvent. This seems like a possible solution, but I really did not grasp, and maybe we're going to talk about that during the hack, like how it works from the organization side, and if in the community there's treasury management, how that all works for an organization to manage Bitcoin on their books.
This is exactly why we're here, because, see, our man Alex has...
Shout out to Alex, who's been helping out all day, making it happen behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah, give it up for Alex.
Alex has set up BTC Pay Server for...
He actually did it for HRF, so he knows us well.
So he has set up BTC Pay Server for HRF. So I assume it's exactly the same model, and that's why we're here. I mean, when it comes to treasury management, you have transaction history, you have exact invoices, exchange rates. So you would be able to, at the end of the year, export, and if you need to report, then you report.
Come talk to us in the chat.
Yes.
It's not over. Like, these 2 days, we'll get you started, but you're going to come into the chat. We're going to get you sorted out, okay? Anybody else? Quick questions? Guy, that voice, let's hear it.
I just wanted to say, in the context of BTC Pay Server, like, it's essentially Like as somebody who's been using it for, I don't know, a year maybe, at this point, it's a way to interact with all of the different pieces of Bitcoin. Like you're running your own payment processor. So rather than having to sign up with Square or Apple Pay, you set up your own Bitcoin, Square, and Apple Pay. So I can make a fundraiser or whatever on my website. I send invoices to sponsors to the podcast, and they pay me, and then I pay out to developers who build little things. I can create individual stores and stuff. So I have like a little vote thing where listeners to the show can upvote by donating like a penny or 50 cents or whatever to which one they want me to read on the show sooner. And in doing so, I have like my own little store, and I just track however much comes in, and then I use that to donate to BTC Pay server to do stuff like I'm running my own environment. And even better is that I have both Lightning and like on-chain Bitcoin. So like I have, you have hardware wallets. Like actually the question earlier about Pegasus is what if they get access to your phone? Well, one of the cool things about it is that I'm able to connect BTC Pay server to my hardware wallet, which isn't connected to anything, which isn't connected to the internet, and it can generate invoices for that device, even though that device is at home, stored in a safe, away from the internet and away from anything, and Pegasus can't touch it, but I can receive money on it because BTC Pay server can generate an invoice for it, even though it's not touched by anything. So like, you know, what's on Lightning or whatever is like, is a hot wallet. You know, it's on your mobile phone and it might be subject to potential hacking or whatever, but as soon as it becomes an amount that's like really meaningful to me, I'm like, let's move it offline, let's move it to my hardware wallet, and I can basically just manage all of that through BTC Pay. I use this thing utterly religiously, and I set it up on Linernode. It took me like, I don't know.
We didn't pay him to say all
10
this.
or 15 minutes. No.
Although it sounds like it. Thank you. No.
They are sponsoring the podcast.
I mean, you should listen to, I mean, if you don't know why he's using it, you should definitely listen to Guy. Bitcoin Audible is amazing.
Yep.
Saved me a lot of time. I love reading, but I love listening too.
There we go.
Anybody else while we're here? Yes.
Have any real estate
Well,
title or escrow companies reached out to you yet about accepting Bitcoin for real estate?
Oh, are you aware of any?
Yes, called Real Estate Crypto.
Okay.
Justin runs it. He's actually based here in Florida, and he'll take your Bitcoin and buy the property for you, and you'll have the title.
All right. More you know. Okay, we got the last question. Yes, it's you.
For the people that might be looking to set this up, how much is this gonna set them back?
I'm glad you asked. Rockstar, do you want to share?
Yes, I mean, it depends on which of those 5 modes it is. So question again for maybe streaming audiences, how much does a BTC Pay server instance cost? And I would say the mode that we wanted to show with Luna node is about $10 a month. I mean, if you want more powerful instance, then it's about $20 a month. So it's really not that much, not expensive. Unless you get device like this and then you self-host it, then you're just paying electricity. So, but in both cases, really affordable.
Can I also just make a quick point that
Yes,
just bears
please do.
repeating that in most countries that are relevant for the Freedom Forum, receiving donations is a crime. And this box allows you to be moral and noble and pursue a different set of rules than dictators and what they want to enforce upon you. Receiving donations should not be a crime. And this allows you to live that life for your nonprofit or your movement or whatever. I just wanted to just underline that, like that
Great
if you live in Russia or China or any of these authoritarian regimes and you're a human rights organization, human rights advocacy is illegal and you cannot conduct it legally. So obviously we need extra legal ways to interact with people around the world. I just think that's so important to underline. But yeah, thank you guys for doing
100%.
this.
Anyway, you guys have questions? You want to get started? We're going to be hacking. So you come find me and Rockstar next couple days and we'll take care of you, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm really excited for the last talk of the day. We have the privilege of having Matt Alborg here. He's probably the world's leading expert on like Bitcoin usage in the developing world. And he's poured over incredible amounts of data from many different countries. And what he's going to do is show you what is happening around the world with this global phenomenon that is not limited to cities in the West. So again, Matt, thanks so much for coming. We're excited to have you.
Thank you. I appreciate you all coming to see my talk, and I've designed it to talk to people who are not Bitcoin experts. So if you're here just for the regular Human Rights Conference, this is for you. That's a different slide. So today, going back one. Uh-oh. That's all right, I can go from here. All right, so I'm going to show you how to spend Bitcoin, use Bitcoin, and ultimately to potentially live on Bitcoin. So my name is Matt Alborg. I'm a data analyst in the Bitcoin space. I've been working in the Bitcoin space for quite a few years now. I'm also currently head of research at bitrefill.com. In my time in researching Bitcoin, I've specialized in looking at utility usage of cryptocurrency in emerging markets. Most people in the West understand Bitcoin to be this thing that you buy and then you just let it sit for a while, and then hopefully its value increases and then you sell. That's not the type of thing that I look into. The type of things that I look into are people who acquire Bitcoin to solve problems that they have in their daily lives. They use Bitcoin to do things that the traditional financial system does not allow them to do. And so in my time doing this, I've interfaced with a small handful of companies that specialize in catering to emerging market users. I've built relationships with these companies to understand their insight on the activity that's taking place. And I've also, most importantly, talked to a lot of the users on these platforms, countless users over the last few years. I was trying to count the number this morning, maybe in 40 different countries. I've spoken to people who use Bitcoin to solve problems in their daily life. So this collection of use cases, I believe they revolve around this central idea of the idea of the sovereign individual. And whether they realize it or not, we are entering into an age where there is a small number of people who are becoming self-banked. They're becoming, to some degree, stateless, where they don't belong. They may live in a country, but they don't have all of their money inside of that country. They might store their money on the internet, things of that nature. This book here is pretty famous in the Bitcoin circles. But essentially, it asserts that as technology advances, the nation states are going to be losing power, and productive individuals will be gaining power. And this will unfold over the next couple of centuries. So before we get into the meat of the presentation, I just want to this is a chart from my website, usefultulips.org. It measures trading activity on a couple of important Bitcoin trading platforms all around the world in over 185 countries. The point that I want to make is that Bitcoin is much more widespread than even I can imagine, and I do this on a full-time basis. We are all born with blinders on based on the class that we are born into, the country that we are born into, the languages, the limited number of languages that we speak. Over time, I've learned that there are things that are happening in countries and talked about in languages that I would have never known that these things were happening unless I was looking at the data and kind of figuring out what was happening that way. So this is just an example of the African currencies that are trading on these particular platforms. These are not just the big African countries. These are a lot of the smaller African countries, Botswana, Malawi, Swaziland, Namibia, etc. these countries are all, on a daily basis, they have Bitcoin trades taking place. And again, most of the time, it's my belief that these are trades that take place because they're helping people solve problems. It's not trades to, just speculate on the price of Bitcoin. So this is the meat of the presentation. Again, we're starting with the base case that maybe you're somebody who's heard of Bitcoin and you happened upon some Bitcoin. Maybe you have a family member who traveled to another country and they're sending you Bitcoin back as a form of remittance. Maybe you did some work online and the payment method was Bitcoin. One way or another, you came upon this Bitcoin. How do you translate this Bitcoin into food? How do you translate it into paying bills, providing for yourself, for goods and services in the real world? I'm going to talk about 4 different ways you can achieve this. So first will be the bank-connected crypto exchanges. Second will be online peer-to-peer crypto exchanges. Third will be gift cards and payment vouchers. And lastly, in-person peer-to-peer trades. This is when you just go out into your local community in whatever country you're in, and you seek out people who are also involved in Bitcoin, and you can kind of offload your Bitcoin that way. As I go through each of these methods, there will be a constant trade-off between privacy and convenience. As you tend to use one method or another, you will find that the more convenient the method, the less private it is, the more data you're giving away about yourself. And so using Bitcoin effectively actually does take a fair amount of learning and work. It's not an easy thing to do, but it is doable. And I've, again, talked to many people who have figured out how to do this on a daily basis. So first will be banking-connected exchanges. This is the most vanilla form of offloading the Bitcoin that you've come across. This is the most common in Western countries. You can sign up at a crypto exchange. You can send your Bitcoins that you've received to that crypto exchange, and you can sell it for fiat currency, and then use that fiat currency to buy whatever you need. The unfortunate thing about crypto bank-connected exchanges is that obviously your bank knows that you're interfacing with a crypto exchange. And even in the West, the fairly liberal West, you will find that there are a number of banks that will close your bank account down if you deal in Bitcoin, or if you're trading Bitcoin, or interfacing with an exchange at all. So next, another thing I want to bring up is bank-connected exchanges are actually only available to maybe 40% of the world. For the other 60%, they live in a country that doesn't have a single exchange that connects to the local banking infrastructure there, because the government prevents those crypto exchanges from getting permission to operate with the local banks. So the next option would be peer-to-peer Bitcoin exchanges. So these are, the best way I describe it is, they're kind of like a Craigslist, where you show up on this website and you either have Bitcoin to sell or you're seeking Bitcoin to buy. And these websites serve as matchmaking services, where whatever country you're in or whatever currency you're trying to acquire, for example, if you're selling Bitcoin, they will line you up with a great number of traders who are wanting to do business with you. So in this case, for example, this is one popular peer-to-peer exchange. In Venezuela, we're assuming that we are inside of Venezuela. However, this website is hosted in Helsinki, Finland, in Europe. You can go into the exchange and you can say, I'm in Venezuela, and I have Venezuelan bolivars that I would like to receive in exchange for my offloading of the Bitcoin. It'll bring up a list of these traders. Because these are peer-to-peer exchanges, the payments will be sent between the peers, and so the exchange really doesn't have much in the way of recourse if there's some sort of foul play taking place. So you have reputation systems attached to each user. This top user here has 20,000 trades that they've conducted with 100% positive feedback. So that's an indicator that you can, trust this stranger on the internet because they've done business 20,000 times before successfully. There are other considerations. Obviously, each of them is going to give you their price of the day, and each of them only pays to a certain bank account. In Venezuela, I believe there are 3 big banks, so if you are looking to sell your Bitcoin and receive bolivars to your particular bank account, you need to find a seller on here that has the ability to send to that domestically. The other thing you should consider is that while, for example, this involves a local domestic bank transfer, the local banks in Venezuela actually don't know that Bitcoin is even involved in this trade. This website, again, is hosted on the internet in Finland, and so from the perspective of the banks, they just see random bank transfer taking place, which is important. So assuming you picked one of those, you would be brought to a screen like this. On the right-hand side is just kind of some notes from the trader saying, the terms of the trade. You would say, I have this much Bitcoin to sell. This is how much currency I'm going to receive. And then once you decide to execute the trade, that person would have a certain amount of time to send Bitcoin to you through a domestic bank transfer. Once you sign off OK on that, the exchange would send Bitcoin from your wallet into their wallet, thus completing the transaction. This is another popular peer-to-peer Bitcoin exchange, Paxful. I believe they're here today, and I'm sure that some of you have become familiar with what they do. But this is a simulation of somebody in Kenya trying to sell Bitcoin for local Kenyan shillings. In Kenya, oftentimes a large percentage of the population still doesn't have a formal bank account, but they do have a lot of mobile money wallets. So over here, Paxful has these great filters where you can say, I would like to be paid into X, Y, or Z mobile money wallet, and so the trade then takes place that way. Additionally, you have this filter here where you can try to search for somebody who's willing to meet you in person, where you actually show up somewhere in the real world and you conduct the trade that way. You'll notice that there's certain blockages based on which trades you have the option of doing business with. So the peer-to-peer exchanges themselves, as well as the counterparty peers, in some cases require you to upload your documentation to do the trade. But as I said before, if you're uploading documentation to these peer-to-peer exchanges, oftentimes they're not located in the jurisdiction that you're afraid of. So if you're a Venezuelan and you're conducting trades on a platform like this, you're uploading your identity documentation to the company, not to the government of Venezuela. And in most cases, these companies are not, releasing this data to these governments. So this is a way for you to comply with the regulations of the companies and the jurisdictions that they reside in, while still avoiding releasing your information to your own government. This is just another example of a peer-to-peer exchange. In this case, we're simulating somebody in Pakistan who wants to buy Bitcoin using their own Pakistani rupees. And then lastly, we have a decentralized peer-to-peer exchange. This is actually a piece of software that you can download, and it doesn't require you uploading any sort of identity documents. It finds you a peer. It's a protocol that finds you a peer to trade with. The drawback of this type of operation, though, is that it is more technically complex to use. You have to download a piece of software. You have to know how to use Bitcoin in a way that these other exchanges kind of abstract away from to make it more user-friendly. And as a result, exchanges like this, while they do have some trades that take place, that are far less than the more popular peer-to-peer crypto exchange, peer-to-peer Bitcoin exchanges like Paxful and Local Bitcoins. Another option you can use, which is very convenient, but also has some drawbacks, is you can use bitrefill.com, which is a company that I work for. We are a website that accepts cryptocurrency as payment, and we give out vouchers, over 10,000 different products all around the world, depending on which country you're in. So essentially people come to us, they can choose whatever product that they want to buy. In this case, it's a food delivery service in Brazil. They can choose the amount, and then this is their payment invoice. If you've learned how Lightning works, this invoice here is, generally you're going to have your Bitcoin Lightning wallet on your mobile phone. So you just take a picture of this code, and embedded in this code is information that tells your mobile wallet to send money to us at BitRefill. Once the payment is complete, it'll bring you to a page where you actually get the gift card voucher, and you can redeem that, again, for something real in the real world, as opposed to this abstract Bitcoin thing that you are formerly stuck with. Most of the vouchers on our website are available if you just give us your email address and nothing else. These are considered gift cards. It's equivalent to walking into a grocery store with $60 in cash and buying a gift card. This is a very convenient, very private way to use Bitcoin to convert to things in the real world. The biggest drawback of BitRefill is while we have 10,000 products, in some countries we still don't have that great of products, honestly. So it's only for certain countries, and we're obviously working all the time to change that, but that's that. Another option which is coming online recently are prepaid virtual debit cards. So there's a few companies in the space that are allowing people to, under some circumstances, with only their email address and Bitcoin as payment, they can receive a virtual card to spend either in, depending on the company, this Visa card may be only spent in the United States, but for other companies, you can get a virtual Visa card that will work anywhere Visa works in the world. So AirTM, for example, you can bring crypto, $10 worth of crypto to them. You can get a $10 Visa card, and whatever country that you live in, it will convert that $10 to the local currency at the Visa network exchange rate, and you can buy, any goods in that country that you need. There are also other kind of like second-tier websites which, they might be sourcing these cards in unofficial ways. A lot of this stuff is really in a gray area because these companies like Visa have not worked with Bitcoin before. And you can see the note here. It says to redeem the card, it can only be opened from the United States. And then it says feasible with a VPN. So they're basically kind of telling the user like, hey, if you use this country from a IP address outside of the United States jurisdiction, it might be invalidated. And like I said, these are, I believe, all of these companies have a tenuous relationship with the Visa network, and so I'm very hopeful that it will continue to improve, but there are risks in doing business this way. Lastly, finding a local connection. In many countries around the world, they have a long tradition of informal money transmitters. You can go down the street and there's somebody there with a big wad of cash of different currencies. These types of people, while they traditionally have dealt with, foreign bank accounts and different paper money, they are increasingly interfacing with Bitcoin as well because it actually helps them in their daily business in some cases. So I haven't been everywhere in the world, but if I were to make a very wild guess, I would say that if you walked up to a random informal money transmitter, maybe 20% of them now in the world, if you said, hey, do you know what Bitcoin is, and can I give you Bitcoin, and can you give me local currency, 20% of them, they either could do it for you or they could figure out a way to lead you to somebody who could do it for you. Highly situational depending on the country, but this is what I found in talking to a lot of people is that Bitcoin has kind of embedded itself in these informal money transmitter groups. Next, if you don't know of these informal money transmitters that you could go to, you could go online and you can find these Bitcoin communities online. On the left here is Nairaland, which is like basically the Craigslist for Nigeria. You just go there, you search Bitcoin as a term, and you can see in what sections of the website Bitcoin is being discussed. You can kind of learn where to go from there. In the middle, Rivalico, this is kind of the Craigslist of Cuba. There's all sorts of Bitcoin trading happening on this website. And again, it's all very reputation-based. You need to kind of know who you're interfacing with. There's a lot of scammers out there who are kind of promising they're going to give you money if you give them Bitcoin. So you need to have your scam radar up, but it does work. And then over here, Bitcoin Argentina, which is a Facebook group. I mean, there's all sorts of Bitcoin use cases that are posted there on a daily basis that can really teach you how to use Bitcoin to convert it into the real world. I think a couple weeks ago I saw somebody instructing somebody else on like how do you buy a house using Bitcoin while also having a nominal amount of Argentine pesos to show the legal transaction, but on the back end, using Bitcoin as a way to kind of increase the payment without the government authorities knowing. If those fail, you can just go to kind of techie places. I really believe that we've gotten to a stage where if you walk into a room and there's 10 nerds, 2 of them will have interfaced with crypto by now, and you can start there and learn. As I mentioned a few times before, but you need to practice good judgment when you're out in the community. Almost everybody that I've interviewed, they learned about Bitcoin from somebody that they trust. Maybe it's their cousin or some family friend or something like that. At the bottom here, you also need to familiarize yourself with general internet privacy stack using VPNs, the Onion router, and as well as Bitcoin privacy tools like coin mixing. I would call that advanced. It's not that hard to use, but there's a lot that you've learned already. So, yeah. How much time do I have left? Not much. All right. Well, so this is in my interviews over the years. This is kind of what really makes this real to a lot of people. These are 5 really interesting ways that people have used Bitcoin in various countries. So I met a Kenyan freelance software developer. He actually didn't know anything about Bitcoin when I talked to him the first time. I taught him how to. He's a freelance software developer. He works for Circle CI in San Francisco. They were paying him via a bank transfer. It would take several weeks to process. He would lose money on the exchange rate. I told him how to use a service called bitwage.com. He now gets paid way faster and for a slightly better exchange rate. And this is a professional level person who has now kind of realized the value of Bitcoin. I've talked to quite a few migrant Venezuelans who have left their home country. They start earning money in these countries that they fled to, and then they convert. Using peer-to-peer exchanges, they convert that new currency, that local fiat currency in their host country, and they send the Bitcoin back, and the Bitcoin is sold for Venezuelan bolivars to feed their family. This is happening. It's very hard to know how much this is happening, but I believe it's happening so much that it's truly potentially changed the destiny of the entire country. That's how many people are using Bitcoin or stable coins as a form of remittance. Third is, I talked to a Zimbabwean used car salesman who also didn't know or care anything about Bitcoin until he figured out that he could buy Bitcoin locally in Zimbabwe, bring the Bitcoin to a Japanese used car website, and use it as a payment to buy like $3,000 used cars and have them shipped to South Africa, where he would pick them up and roll them across the border into Zimbabwe so he could sell. The reason why he couldn't use his local banking infrastructure is because Zimbabwe prevents people, unless they have special permissions or licenses, to use local money to purchase things on the international market. Vietnamese upper middle class Vietnamese women shopping online to buy brand name clothing that is not accessible in Vietnam. Or if it is accessible, it's more expensive due to tariffs and other import controls. So they use Bitcoin to buy gift cards, and then they use the gift cards on the US or the UK website, and then they have the clothing shipped back to Vietnam. And it actually, through that arduous process, still turns out to be cheaper than buying it locally. And lastly, I never talked to these folks, but I saw it in the data, and that is that Cuba has this massive program where they import medical students into their country and teach them how to be doctors and nurses and such. I found a cluster of young Congolese people inside of Cuba who are acquiring Bitcoin, and they were using the Bitcoin to buy phone data for their families back in the Congo. So another amazing thing that you would never imagine could happen is happening, and they kind of taught themselves how to do this, So this is the last slide, I promise. This is a chart of a single user on Bitrefill. The x-axis is a time period of about a year. The y-axis are different products on Bitrefill, and each dot represents a particular product that they bought. So the size of the dot corresponds to the size of the dollar or the euro value of the transaction. The color is like the type of product, but you can see that this user is buying gaming cards. They're buying flight tickets on Bitrefill. They're buying hotel stays at Bitrefill. They're buying a ton of food delivery, iFood in Brazil, almost a couple times a week. They're buying restaurants. They're buying shoes using crypto. So this is an example of the sovereign individual that I talked about, where it's very likely that this person has the majority of their net worth outside of the banking system in Brazil and in the crypto economy. And this is just the first hints of what I think are going to become one of the most impactful things that will happen this century. So, yep, and that's it.
Check. Thank you very much. That was really, really awesome. Everybody, thank you so much, and thank you so much for that presentation. It was awesome. I'll pass these off, but that was incredible. I use Bitrefill regularly. It's super awesome. And if you were playing around with Lightning before, and now you have a little bit of Lightning on your phone, maybe a bit more than $1, but if you have $5 worth of Lightning, you can go on and you can actually buy like an Amazon gift card right now. So it is super easy to use. I encourage you to play around with it just to kind of see how this would work the same regardless of where you are on the globe. It's really, really awesome what can be done. So yeah, thank you. Thanks for listening. Yeah. And everybody here, thank you for joining us today. We will be back tomorrow. Please come back. We're going to be teaching lots of stuff. There's lots of great panels and topics for tomorrow, and we will be around. Bitcoiners are a friendly bunch. We'll be happy to help you with any questions you have as well. Thank you, guys.